Hello, everyone. I think this is working. I am so sorry about bouncing you to a totally different stream, but apparently when you schedule something from your phone on YouTube, it wants you to only stream from your phone. And I could do that, but it's way easier to have my computer for me. And yeah, so I didn't want to try to deal with that. Okay, today was a day. So let's see, where do I even begin? So just to catch up on where we were as of last week, the defense was finishing up its direct, which was basically the portion of the trial where Sam Bankman-Fried's own defense lawyers ask him questions, and so they are able to basically give him very sort of softball questions that let him tell the story of how, if everything went wrong and he made some mistakes, but he definitely didn't steal $8 billion. How dare you think that, etc. So that was sort of the end of today, and I will say they finished up in a fairly expeditious manner. I spoke last week a little bit about how it felt like they were kind of stalling for time on Friday, where it really seemed like they wanted to drag it out. They had initially predicted it would be, I think, 4 or 5 hours maybe, and it ended up being the entire day pretty much. I mean, they had some, with just my luck, the stream's gonna freeze there too, and then I'll have a whole nother meme. So they had 2 really quick witnesses that morning, and then they spent the rest of the day doing direct, but dragged it out. And the theory really that I heard most people talking about was just that they wanted to have, to leave the jury with the impression of him, how he was doing on direct, which is generally better than people do on cross-examination. So let them sort of spend the weekend thinking about how he seemed credible and empathetic or whatever, to what extent he did seem those things. So today, without the sort of incentive to drag things out, they were a little bit quicker and more to the point, I thought, this morning with the remaining direct. So let me just quickly... I'm hoping that the transcript will come through at some point in the not too distant future, because there are a couple things where he speaks really fast, and so it's a little hard sometimes to take notes on what he's saying and get like a full, a really accurate transcription of it when you're just handwriting it. So I'm hoping I can refer back to the transcript at some point. But until then, got my notes. I got a new notebook, so I'm not writing on the backs of pages, and hopefully I won't get lost in my own notes today like I did on Friday. One thing I want to say, I will definitely answer some questions throughout this. I'm probably going to save it to the end just for the purposes of efficiency, and so that I don't get like super distracted trying to keep up with questions, because it's challenging. So if you have questions, feel free to ask, or better yet, save them to the end, and then I'll just sort of get things all at once. Okay, so we started out. Just to sort of set the scene a little bit, I was in an overflow room again today, which for those of you who are just tuning in for the first time means that I was not physically in the same room with Sam Bankman-Fried or the jury, but I was in a different courtroom where they basically stream the proceedings to anyone who shows up and wants to watch. One benefit today was that they had changed the AV setup a little bit, and so the video feeds were bigger. It used to be there was like half of the screen was just like the logo of the court, and then occasionally they would put an exhibit there, and then the other half of the screen itself was put into 2 smaller halves, and next to, side by side was like the stream of the courtroom and then the stream of the witness stand. They started out today with just without basically the exhibit side of things, and so things were much bigger, and I could actually see Sam Bankman-Fried much more clearly. That did mean that we didn't get to see the exhibits for the first handful, but the good news is they were mostly referring back to government exhibits, and I have like a weirdly good memory for those, so I pretty much knew what they were talking about the whole time. And then partway through the day, they switched back to the old format, which means he was smaller, but I could see the exhibits. Okay, so honestly, the direct testimony was not super memorable. Like, if I didn't have my notes right here, I'm not sure I could tell you a single thing that they said. They were focusing again on how busy he was. So this was something they went over a little bit on Friday, but they were saying, he was testifying that he was working 12-hour days on the light end and 22-hour days on the, busier end. They sort of went back to that again today when they showed this list. It was basically like a to-do list of his, or a priorities list is what they called it, that he had posted to Slack that included things like creating this database clone that they wanted to have so that they weren't just querying the AWS database directly, fixing some API throughput issues, reducing latency. One was just called Getting Accounting Right on FTX. And so he was testifying that, each of these things took him 30 to 60 minutes. And so altogether it was taking him like 12 hours a day. And, they were really just trying to get him to talk about how dang busy he was. And then, they touched back on another thing that had come up last Friday, which was that they really wanted to underscore that, like, once you withdraw funds from Alameda Research, you can do with them what you please. And so, once you withdraw your funds from, sorry, I said Alameda Research. Once you withdraw your funds from FTX, you can spend them on rent or a vacation or something like that. And last week he had used, for some reason, muffins. He was like, I forget what he said exactly, but it was like, once you withdraw your funds from FTX, you can spend them on muffins, which is, I think, maybe just some sort of like, oh, that's so relatable. He's funny. Anyway, that will come back up in a little bit. So just think about that. They went back over the topic of the lack of hedging at Alameda Research and how he repeatedly had conversations with Caroline Ellison about how they needed to hedge, because basically things went really badly for Alameda Research during the Terra Luna collapse, which was in May of 2022. So, Terra Luna collapsed, but that also precipitated a pretty massive decline in just crypto markets in general. And because Alameda Research was so heavily exposed to crypto markets, it meant that, they had a pretty significant drawdown in their assets. And so he became very concerned in that time period that, if they continued to not hedge and something, the market continued to go down, spoiler alert, it did that, Alameda Research was at the risk of becoming insolvent. And so he testified that Caroline Ellison started crying during this meeting. And she apparently agreed that Alameda should have hedged. She felt really bad that they hadn't. She said maybe they shouldn't have made all those venture investments, which does jibe with her testimony. And then she apparently offered to step down as CEO. And he basically said he was worried that he hadn't been involved enough, and but that, with as far as her stepping down, that wasn't what he was asking her to do. But it was her decision if that's what she wanted to do. Anyway, very kind. I'm sure it was sort of the takeaway we were supposed to have. And then they showed some more conversation, or discussed some more conversations that the two of them had in like September to try to established that like she'd sort of started putting hedges in place, I think, to try to sort of preempt the narrative that like if she was repeatedly refusing to put hedges in place, like wasn't that still your problem? Which is what my takeaway was. Like I kept hearing him say that, you know, month after month he was having these conversations about how she needed to hedge, and she wasn't doing it. And I was like, okay, but like you're the CEO, you're the 90% owner or something like that of Alameda Research. Like you can make things happen there if that's what you need to do. Anyway, so they were saying, you know, basically Caroline told him that Alameda had put some hedges in place. He had seen some spreadsheets. He said that he had not, you know, what he saw, he had actually expected them to hedge more and they hadn't. So, you know, that was sort of in progress or whatever is what they were trying to say, I think. But we'll come back to hedging because it, of course, came up in cross-examination. All right. What else? They kept coming back to the topic of these databases. So basically, Alameda Research, or no, sorry, I need to get my wording straight here. FTX had a database. It was like the primary database of all the users and transactions and everything, and it was stored on AWS. They decided that they needed to make basically a duplicate of this database, and for some reason they were using Google Cloud for this. I'm not quite sure why. And this was going to be so that all the non-developers could get access to data that they needed and stuff like that without like running queries against the main database. Anyway, this was apparently happening. It evidently sort of was created in October, at which point he was able to start running queries against it. And he claimed in his direct testimony that he found this Sayun Charles account, which has been referred to throughout the testimony as, quote, our Korean friend, which had something like an $8 billion liability in it. He wasn't really sure what that was about. He reached out to some FTX developers. He said that after speaking with the developers, he began this project to basically try to learn all the Alameda Research related accounts on FTX. And sort of said he was like realizing that this info ad account, which has been referred to throughout this trial as like the main Alameda account, did not accurately reflect all of the liabilities. And so he was like basically doing this analysis of the solvency and the liquidity of Alameda Research. And he basically said he believed that they were solvent. They were not super liquid, but he wasn't like that concerned about it. And he said basically thought they had like $10 billion more in assets than in liabilities. And so he wasn't really that concerned. They talk a little bit about the trip that he took to the Middle East. And so this has mostly been discussed in the sense of the fact that he was visiting the Saudi prince, Mohammed bin Salman, to try to fundraise, basically, which people were sort of rightfully a little surprised by, given the somewhat violent past and the sort of controversial nature of MBS. They really tried to downplay that in the direct. So they're talking about this trip that he took to the Middle East. They say that he took it with Ramnik Arora, which is true, who was an FTX. He was the head of product, but that's not at all what he did. He mostly did their venture investments and things like that. They did not volunteer the information that Anthony Scaramucci was also on that trip. And they said that there were, quote, multiple purposes for the trip, which included going to a conference and meeting with Dubai regulators. And, there were some investors he wanted to meet in person. And he wanted to check out an office there that had some FTX employees. And the government wanted to talk about blockchain. So it was like they did not mention the specific investor that he was trying to talk to. They did mention sovereign wealth funds And he was like, yeah, but one of our biggest investors was, he said Temasek. I always thought it was pronounced Temasek. Maybe both of us are wrong. I don't know. Anyway, so he was just trying to sort of like, you know. So anyway, that was that. Oh, and they quickly discussed a conversation that he'd had with Adam Yedidia about the trip, which I guess Adam Yedidia had testified to. Adam Yedidia was the FTX developer who testified. He was the first FTX employee to testify, I think. No, he might have gone after it. I don't remember the order. It was too long ago at this point. Anyway, he has not been charged with anything. He did testify with an immunity grant, although I don't think he really needed it. It didn't seem like he was super involved in anything, but who knows. Anyway, Adam Yedidia had been skeptical of the trip. He thought it wasn't worth the time, but was mostly concerned about what he referred to as counterparty complications, which basically meant that he was worried about the fact that Binance, who is their largest competitor and with whom they had started to have a pretty contentious relationship, was headquartered in the Middle East. And he said that, actually. He said Binance was headquartered in the Middle East. Binance famously does not have any headquarters, or they at least say they don't. I don't know if I don't think this is like secret insider information. I think he was just referring to the fact that Changpeng Zhao lives there. So anyway, but I did take a note on that. Anyway, he was a little concerned that like by showing up in the Middle East, Binance and CZ would interpret it as though he was like infringing on their turf, sort of like a gang thing, which I was like, okay. Anyway. Then they get into the actual collapse finally. So this is sort of early November or so, and they're sort of going through the timeline. So November 2, CoinDesk leaks that article. There are a whole bunch of CoinDesk reporters in the overflow room and throughout the various portions of the courthouse. So I'm sure they all felt this hit very close to home. Some of the reporters there had actually previously worked for CoinDesk and then were laid off when CoinDesk has been going through some financial troubles, largely because in sort of an indirect way because of the balance sheet that they published, because CoinDesk's parent company is Digital Currency Group, DCG, which was exposed to FTX. And so basically CoinDesk published this balance sheet, took down FTX in sort of a way, which then impacted DCG, which then impacted CoinDesk. So I think a lot of people were feeling, are very sort of, it's a tough subject maybe, but honestly, big props to CoinDesk for publishing that, because they could have just not, and who knows what would have happened. So they talk about this. Basically, Caroline Ellison puts out some tweets, which are like, basically saying like, don't pay attention to the balance sheets. They're incomplete. We have a whole bunch of assets that aren't represented on them. There are hedges that aren't represented on these balance sheets. Don't even worry about it, was the extent of it. And so SBF was basically testifying to say that, to his knowledge, he thought that those tweets were true. He said, she was probably referring to the assets in Paperbird, which was one of the entities that was basically under his name, and various other assets like that were not really Alameda's at all, but that maybe he could have pledged to Alameda or something like that. The sort of, I think the story is that like he did not really consider himself and Alameda Research as like two very different entities, and so like anything that was his was Alameda's, and maybe vice versa. Then we get to the topic of Changpeng Zhao's tweet. This is when they started to notice pretty substantial withdrawals. So, on a normal day, they would get like $5 million of net deposits withdrawals. It was more like 1 billion that day. which he said signaled a possible, quote, run on the bank. There was some back and forth about the whole run on the bank terminology, which I can quite understand. The prosecution sort of objected to him trying to define it. They eventually sort of settled on him referring to a run on FTX because FTX critically is not a bank, and there should not be a run on the bank, basically. And so he said, well, okay, just referring to FTX. Then we get to the topic of Caroline Ellison's tweet where she offered to buy so CZ had tweeted that he was planning to sell all these FTT tokens that he held, which was a substantial amount. I think it was, mark to market, it was like $500 million or something like that. And FTT is very illiquid, so that would have potentially crashed the token price. And so Caroline Ellison put out this tweet that was like, hey, CZ, and it was like super casual, like, we'll totally buy off of you those FTT tokens for $22 a piece, which at the time was like around what they had been going for. The price had come down as people started to worry about FTX, but 22 was like fair market value or thereabouts at that time. And Sam Bankman-Fried was basically trying to suggest that this was not market manipulation. Oh gosh, we would never do such a thing, but that it would actually be profitable. And it made sense for them to buy these FTT tokens for $22 a share. And he said Alameda could have afforded to do so. Questionable, given the massive hole in the balance sheet, but anyway. And then, basically withdrawals continued to increase. Basically no one was really buying Caroline Ellison's tweet, which was I think the goal there was really to calm the markets and make people think, oh, they totally have the money. But it very much did not have that effect. People were like, oh God, they're worried. They're trying to prop up the market for FTT. They'd just seen this balance sheet out of CoinDesk that showed the extent to which Alameda and FTX were sort of, they held just a huge amount of these FTT tokens. And so if FTT fell apart, they would have very little in the way of assets left. They went over a couple more tweets, which I'm not going to go into in a ton of detail. And then they finally got to the sort of famous Sam Bankman-Fried tweet, which basically said something along the lines of, there's a competitor trying to go after us with false rumors, referring to CZ. And then he tweeted, FTX is fine, assets are fine. He tried to go a little bit into these false rumors a little bit, which was very interesting. Unfortunately, it got cut pretty short. So he started talking about how Binance was running online campaigns against FTX, basically targeted at the fact that FTX and specifically Sam were really closely working with regulators to try to get this like regulatory regime in the US. He started to talk about how he thought Binance was paying people to post on Twitter, and then there was an objection, and basically the prosecution like, you can't just make allegations like that. And so that was struck from the record, and they were not able to continue talking about that. But I would love to hear more about at least what Sam thought CZ was doing, even if it's not necessarily true, because I think that'd be very interesting. As for the idea that assets were fine, FTX is fine, he basically was saying at the time he thought that was true. He said FTX had, quote, no holes on its balance sheet. He thought the exchange was, quote, okay. Another part of the tweet said that FTX doesn't invest customer assets, even in treasuries, which he later said to journalist Kelsey Piper is, quote, technically correct. Oh, good. The transcript just came through, so now I can reference that if I need to. Just going to get that open in a tab. Woo, 239 pages. This man is chatty. Okay, great. Sorry if the video quality is bad. I am in a hotel room and I am unfortunately limited to what they give me. So it's literally just my face though. So you can just sort of picture me moving my mouth. And as long as the audio is coming through, that's what really matters. Yeah, so he basically said like FTX technically doesn't invest customer assets. That doesn't necessarily mean that Alameda Research doesn't borrow the assets and then they invest them, I think is what he was trying to say. He didn't go into detail, on this in court, but we'll see if they get back to that on cross. I can't imagine they won't. It really doesn't make sense that they would just leave that out. Customer withdrawals continued to accelerate. The topic of hedging came up. So they had just talked about how Alameda had put some hedges in place. Well, critically, they basically hedged against collapse of like the overall crypto markets. So basically Bitcoin crashing. But what happened when FTX fell apart was not that Bitcoin crashed. It was that these quote Sam tokens crashed. So these were crypto tokens that were closely affiliated with Sam Bankman-Fried personally. So it was like FTT, Solana, which Sam was like super involved in and held a substantial portion of. These other tokens like Oxy and Maps and things like that. I think was this when he said this? Oh yeah, he said something that made me laugh, which was that like the Bitcoin market basically didn't move. It was down like 10%, which like in any other market, a 10% drop would be like huge. But I just thought it was funny that he could say it was down 10% and that was like nothing. But for comparison, FTT was down 80%, Solana was down 50%. So, And then he says basically, as soon as he realized that FTX was not fine, he took down the tweet thread. And so, that makes it okay, I guess. And then they have this exhibit basically confirming that he deleted the tweet on, I believe, November 8th. And then at this point, he was having all these calls with investors, trying to stop the bleeding, kind of, he was like worried about liquidity, trying to meet all these customer withdrawals, etc. Yes, we are still on direct. This is direct, not cross. But I am very much close to done because they did not go that long. So he went over some conversations that he had with Nishad Singh, which they had talked about a little bit. These were the conversations where Nishad Singh basically was saying he wanted to get out of these loans that he had, taken out from Alameda to do all sorts of things, but primarily for like major political donations and stuff like that. And Sam Bankman-Fried had basically said he had asked like, can I make trades to get myself out of these loans and, so that I'm not all worried about my personal finances. Sam said that he said something like, I think probably fine, but he testified that he wasn't sure exactly what he had intended when he said that, which I was like, okay. But basically he tried to say that like Nishad Singh at this point was actively suicidal and he wanted to express to Nishad that he would do everything he could if FTX got through this to make sure that his, loans were in an okay position. And he basically said he wanted to reassure Nishad so that he didn't take any like actions against himself. I don't know if that's going to be convincing or not, but like, I kind of get it, And then they had to sort of address that later chat where Nishad asked him to tell everyone that Nishad had nothing to do with it. And Sam Bankman-Fried literally like air quotes it at this point, and then is asked to say what it means. And he says, oh, well, of course I'm talking about the solvency crisis, not the massive fraud, the criminal conspiracy, just the fact that there was a liquidity crunch. So I don't know about that. Okay, I'm gonna actually hop over to the transcript real quick because they started asking some questions and then there was a sidebar, and I just want to quickly see if the sidebar was interesting. Sidebar. All right, there was a hearsay objection. Which was sustained. So nothing super interesting, but basically there was a conversation with an additional employee, and they were not allowed to go into detail about it because it was not that employee who was testifying. They talked a little bit about conversations with investors, then had contact with Binance, and then Binance agreed to or signed a letter of intent to acquire FTX and then backed out of it. They didn't go into more detail. And then finally, I think this was the last part of. Oh, no, not quite. Second to last. They went over the topic of this conversation with Can Sun, which had happened very shortly after the collapse and was happening sort of as FTX was still trying to get this rescue financing. And this was when Can had testified earlier this week and had said that basically he took this walk with Sam Bankman-Fried, who had said, I'm having these calls with investors. They want to know, a legal explanation for why there's this $8 billion liability. Give me some ideas, basically. And so Can had come up with some sort of theories as to how that could happen, but then told Sam Bankman-Fried, like, none of these actually really makes any sense. It's not supported by the numbers. And then he testified that he later saw Sam Bankman-Fried on Good Morning America using this excuse, basically, that he had given him. Well, Sam Bankman-Fried, of course, told a slightly different story about this, which was that he was having this call with investors, same story there. He basically said that Can Sun was telling him, just explaining things to him. And he said, basically at the end of the conversation, he thought they had the same understanding. And then he went back to the investors and told them what he thought. So it was like a totally different story around this conversation. I don't know to what extent, I think it's just a question of who you believe at this point, because like they were just walking around talking. There was no transcript or record of this conversation. But, very different story there. And then they talked a little bit about the all hands meeting. Not a whole lot happened there in that conversation. I expected that they might go into that a little bit more, but Sam Bankman-Fried wasn't there. He didn't talk to Caroline Ellison that much about it either before or after, and so they just sort of glossed over it. And then they did a little bit of talking, this was the end, about his conversations with journalists and his sort of post-collapse statements, of which there were many. And he basically tried to say he felt it was the right thing to do, to try to tell the world what I knew. And for the top, they did ask him specifically about the Good Morning America interview. And he basically said, he had been cut off from all the systems here. He had no access to the databases or his Google Docs or anything. And so he was just working off his memory. And so, I guess he must have gotten something wrong. Or, I think that was the implication, is like, maybe he made some mistakes in what he was talking about. But it was all innocent. So that was that. That was the end of the direct testimony. It ended kind of abruptly. It was like they were just sort of talking about, I think the very last topic was about some meetings that he had with Bahamian Securities Commission. And he said, he was trying to be helpful any way he could. He wanted to help customers. And then they sort of, like, his defense team consulted among themselves for like a second, and then they did. And everyone was like, oh, okay, I guess we're done with that. Which, like, I get that they wanted to end on sort of a it was kind of a nice note about how he wanted to help customers, blah, blah, blah. But like, it was just very abrupt, and everyone was like, oh, we were expecting a little more of a, close to that. So cross-examination started at 11:25 a.m. I think we maybe had our morning break and then came back. So they do basically throughout the day, there's a morning break, lunchtime, afternoon break, and usually it's like 15-minute break. Lunchtime is like, I forget, 45 minutes or an hour, and then the afternoon break is 15 minutes. So there's a 15-minute break. We come back. Sam Bankman-Fried, I thought, already looked nervous. Like, we came back and he's like sitting on his seat, just like not looking. He looked like fairly comfortable and relaxed during the direct where he was, trying to answer questions. And I don't know, he seemed, fairly comfortable. During the cross, he was like stiff and was like, so I think he sort of knew it was coming. On Thursday, we had seen sort of a preview of him on cross-examination. So for those of you who are not up to date, who didn't watch that live stream, whatever, he did not do very well. The cross-examination was pretty brutal. He was pretty long-winded and often would sort of get caught up in these traps that it seemed like the AUSA was setting for him. You could definitely, like, there was a noticeable difference between his performance today and his performance on Thursday. So I think there was some substantial coaching that happened over the weekend. He was much shorter in his answers. He would often answer yes or yep or yeah, or, just like one word, or a short phrase, but he was not offering more detail in the way that he had been, both, I would say, with his direct for sure, when answering his own attorneys, but also when speaking with the cross-examiner on Thursday. So I have to say, I feel like Thursday helped him a lot. It was actually probably better for him that happened, because his performance on Thursday was really quite terrible. Like, I came out of that, I was like, oh God, this man is in so much trouble. Like, today it didn't go well, don't get me wrong, and we'll go into that, but like, whew. So yeah, that's just sort of the preface for all of this. Is he seemed nervous, but it was a little better than Thursday. So where do I even want to start? Honestly, like, it's challenging not to just go through this like question by question, because it was like all pretty brutal. There wasn't a lot of filler in here. Danielle Sassoon is like to the point. She is not doing the thing where she asks the same question 8 different times, which, I mean, she does a little bit of the repetition. I think all lawyers do this, but like, the defense was very repetitive in their cross-examination of the prosecution's witnesses. And so this was not the case with her. She was like, let's go. She would just move right through things. And so this was like, even though it was, just a couple of hours, well, it was like 4 or 5 hours, it was dense. So bear with me as I try to condense this a little bit. But I think the first thing that really made an impression on me, they started out by talking about Alameda Research and the fact that if Alameda Research made money, then he made money, basically trying to imply that so you might have this incentive to improperly try to, make money for Alameda Research because it would be enriching you personally. And then they started to go into whether or not Sam Bankman-Fried was actually as uninvolved in Alameda Research's trading operations as he claimed to be. And so they, talked about points in his testimony where he said that basically, in, I think it was August of 2022, he had started to, well, by then he had for months been sort of not as involved in the direct day-to-day operations of Alameda Research. But it was, I think, in August when he actually appointed the two co-CEOs, Caroline Ellison and Sam Trabucco. And so they were like, so, are you saying that at that point you stopped instructing, directing any trades at Alameda Research? And he said basically, yes, you think he said something a little bit evasive, like it depends on how you would define trading. And I will say, just a quick side note, evasive answers was the theme of the day. It was rare that he gave just a yes or a no. In fact, she would often instruct him to give a yes or a no question, and he would still just give whatever answer he wanted to give. He said there were a lot of phrases that came up a lot, like, I took a note about this. He would say, basically, I don't recall that exact phrasing. I don't recall those specific words when she would ask about things like something like that. There was a lot of I don't recall, or there would be sometimes he would acknowledge something but basically say that it was missing context. So he would say, like, I don't remember that, at least not in that context. There was a lot of just like trying to squeak around the question. And I think in a lot of cases, and I found myself talking to various people about this, I was like, I don't understand why he's doing this. Because there were points where they would ask him something like, did you say this at this time? And he would say, something like, I don't know, I don't recall saying something specifically in that phrasing. And then they would pull up an exhibit that showed him saying that exact thing. And it was like, he knows that they have this exhibit. It's not like these are new to him. He gets to see all the exhibits before the trial. He clearly remembers more than, if he truly is being honest when he says he doesn't recall everything that he said he didn't recall, he has memory issues because, like, it was everything, basically. And so he's just saying he doesn't recall, and then they're pulling up the exhibits and showing that he said that thing. And he was like, what's the point of this other than making the jury think that you are just being really evasive? Like, why not just say, like, yeah, I think I said something to that effect? Or, like, I don't understand it. And so I was trying to talk to some people there who, just to get an impression of like what the point of that is. Like, is that a defense strategy? Is it even, it just seems like a way to come off as being really evasive. So I don't really know what that's about. But it did not leave a great impression with me, at least. And it seemed like he was being really sort of pedantic, where he would object to like the specific question, or he was trying to just sort of squeak around it. And it reminded me a lot of his strategy when he was talking to journalists, and he would say something that was like technically correct, or he would like answer, like answer a slightly different question, or, it was just like, he tries to be really evasive, but it doesn't work very well when you're talking to a cross-examiner. So anyway, that's the background there. So back to what I was actually just talking about. Yeah, so they started talking about, did you ever direct any trading? And he says he doesn't recall doing that. She basically said, after stepping down, would you sometimes instruct Caroline Ellison to buy specific cryptocurrencies? And he said, no, I don't recall, something. Let me just get the transcript up to make sure that I've got roughly the right idea. Oh, yeah. So, and this is another thing he would do. So he would say, they would ask a question. So let me just give the full question just to give you sort of an example. I'm not going to do this in every case, but she said, after you stepped down as CEO, you also still told Caroline when to buy certain cryptocurrencies from time to time, right? And he would answer, I'm not sure exactly what that's referring to. Basically inferring that the prosecution probably had some specific, example in mind. And he was like, I don't know which example you're referring to. But that's not the question. The question was, did you tell Caroline to buy certain cryptocurrencies. It doesn't matter what instance she has in mind. You just have to say yes or no. And so he did this quite often. And there was actually 1 or 2 points where the judge snapped at him about this. It was like the whatever she's referring to does not matter. That is not your problem. Like, just answer the question. So he said, finally, I don't recall an instance of doing this. And then he said, but I'm not confident there wasn't one, which is something he would also do throughout, where he would say, I don't recall something, but I'm not sure that I didn't. Again, like, okay. So they then, of course, bring up this chat between him and Caroline Ellison and some of the other traders, where he said, quote, on Oxy/Maps, how much have we bought the last few days? Referring to Alameda Research, and then saying, guess we should swap longer, 1 to 2 million of each over the next day or two. And so then she says, do you see that? And he said, yes. And then she said, and you gave direction to Caroline and Sam Trabucco to buy Oxy and Maps, correct? And he said, no. We're literally looking at an exhibit of him saying, we should swap longer, $1 to $2 million of each over the next day or two. And he says no, he's not giving them direction. And she actually asked him the second question, you're giving them direction with respect to the trading of Maps, correct? And he says no, again. And then she keeps reading through and says, do you see Caroline Ellison responded, yep, that sounds good, 200K of Maps, where she's clearly like responding to his clear direction, saying, yes, I will do that thing. And he says, yes. And then she said, and you wrote back, LOL, which that was just kind of funny. It was like, what was this conversation? And it's also just funny to hear a prosecutor say LOL in court. And then there was more conversation about how he told her to buy Japanese government bonds. He said, yeah, that was something to do with hedging. And then later she finally just says, and hedging, he's repeatedly talked about how he was telling Caroline Ellison to hedge, telling, like very clearly saying, I directed her to put these hedges in place. And finally the prosecutor just says, and hedging, that's a form of trading, isn't it? And he goes, yeah. So he just spent all this time talking about how he had not instructed Caroline Ellison to do any trades. And then he acknowledges that, well, yeah, hedging is trading. And I had definitely been telling her to hedge. So it was like, oh my God, man, like, what were you doing? Yeah. So to be clear, this is on my first page of notes. Like, cross-examination starts at 11:25, and by here we've already got this meltdown. So it's like, oh no, we're all just like, here we go. So yeah. Then she sets him up for some chat about the public statements that he made, specifically after the collapse. And she's asking him these questions like, so you wanted to tell the truth, right? Yes. And it's important to be precise, right? Yes. It's important to be careful in your, statements to the public. Yes, as best that I can, blah, blah, blah. And so, you can just tell that she's like lining up for the strike. So she pulls out the Good Morning America interview. She also pulls out an interview from Twitter Spaces. So I'm just going to get to the right part of the transcript. Yep. And so she's talking about these Twitter Spaces. It was not the one that I was on. It was a different one. And she had just asked him something quite related. I'm not going to find it, and I'm not going to spend too much time trying to. So she brings up one of these interviews and says, basically, do you recall, isn't it true, yes or no, you said on this podcast that you were not involved at all in Alameda trading and hadn't been for years? And he said, I don't recall what I said. And then they bring up this podcast, and they play it for everyone. And he says verbatim what she just said. And so it's like, again, why would you say you don't recall? I'm sure you recall, what is the benefit of this? But anyway, that was one of the first times that happened. It was not even close to the last time. Oh, and then this is a wild moment. So they play this audio where he says that, I was intentionally not getting involved in trading. He was worried about conflict of interest. She goes, "That's your voice, Mr. Bankman-Fried, correct?" And he goes, "Yeah, it sounds like it." Like, just say yes. Like, what are you going to do? Are you going to try to argue that, like, someone was impersonating you, that there was like a deep fake? Like, why wouldn't you just say yes? So, all right. There were more questions of basically pulling out statements that he had made publicly to journalists. There was another one where he had been speaking to a Financial Times journalist where he said something largely to the same effect that, like, he was walled off from trading and from risk management, actually, he said, which is wild because he's just spent a lot of time explaining how he was involved in risk management at Alameda Research. Anyway, so they had, like, not only did they have the one source to discredit him, they had like, it's like they had several that they had lined up. They go into the timing of some of his public statements. So they specifically pulled out some statements that he had made that would have been before he knew that, like, any of his former executives had been cooperating. It was before he was indicted, or at least before he knew he had been indicted. This is before he learned that the government had obtained search warrants for, like, his Twitter and stuff like that. So, like, they were trying to establish that, like, he was making these statements basically contemporaneously, and that was what he was saying. So, yikes. They asked him a little bit about the period of time after the arrest, but before the trial, and the sort of access that he had to just the enormous amount of evidence in this case, which was a little bit weird because they start talking about how, the government, at least, quite a few months ago, they said several months, but I mean, they've been working on this case for, I don't know, 10 months now. So I would say it's a couple more than several, but they said, several months ago, the government began producing evidence. You saved the transcript of Caroline Ellison's guilty plea to your Google Drive. You looked at the signal messages that had been preserved. He said some of them, emails, Google Docs, Excel spreadsheets. You had access to the database, or, I mean, a copy of it, obviously. They're making all these claims, and then they go, "And you have known for weeks what exhibits the government marked for use at this trial because the government disclosed those to you, correct?" And he says no. And he basically was trying to object to the fact that he wasn't sure that the exhibits that had been provided to him were, like, the final versions, because he said that, like, they provided multiple different versions of drives with all the exhibits on them, and that, provided multiple of those over time. And they said, "Well, you received multiple versions of them, right?" And he said, "Yes." And then he said, "You reviewed the content of those drives, right?" And he said, "Some of it." So I don't know. I think he's maybe just trying to back up his arguments that his attorneys had made throughout, that, like, "Oh, we didn't have enough opportunity to review the evidence," and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It was very weird that he said no to that. All right. So I'm going to skip a little bit. Then at one point he said, You're familiar with, or she said, you're familiar with the phrase crypto Twitter, right? And I was personally just delighted that the phrase crypto Twitter was uttered in court. And so, she basically means, she defines what crypto Twitter means. She says it's just people on Twitter who are interested in crypto. Yeah, I guess. And then she specifies that, like, she basically makes him say that some people who are in crypto Twitter were probably people who were customers on FTX, right? Yes, like there is overlap there. And then after slightly, a little bit longer, she asked him, this may have been a little bit later, actually. Yeah, so I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but they, well, actually, put a pin in that. Think about crypto Twitter for a minute. I'll get to it in a couple of minutes because it jibes with something else. So now they're talking more about public statements. He's repeatedly giving the same answers to questions in a way that makes him seem really frustrated and irritated. So she'll say, "Do you recall doing this?" And he goes, "No, but I may have." "Do you recall doing that?" "No, but I may have." Like multiple times in a row, and it just made him come off like he was being kind of insolent, Like, I don't know, it seemed like he was irritated at this point. He was really, really hesitant to say that he had publicly described FTX as safe, which seems like kind of a weird hill to die on. like, like you're gonna say like, oh well, I didn't say it was safe, so therefore I didn't commit any crimes. But like she asked multiple times in multiple ways, like, did you market FTX as safe compared to other exchanges? And he said, well, I actually think that may have referred to FTX US, not FTX International. And I have in my notes, like, that is not a helpful distinction. Like, so what's the argument that FTX US was safe, but FTX International wasn't? And like, therefore it's fine? Like, what? Like, that just makes no sense. And so they, of course, pull up a screenshot of one of the several ads that FTX had that shows them saying FTX is a safe place to store your crypto. And they had no shortage of ads that they could have pulled on for that. None of them, by the way, say FTX US. They just say FTX. Again, you repeatedly publicly describe the FTX platform as safe. Yeah, so she says, in fact, over and over again in public forums, you described FTX's platform as safe, correct? And he does what he likes to do. He says, I am not sure specifically what that is referring to. I may have. And so it's like, it doesn't matter what specifically she is thinking of. You just have to say if you've ever done that. And then she says, she tries to nail him on it. She's like, yes or no. Do you remember making numerous public statements? She basically repeats the question because he didn't answer it. And he says, I recall that with respect to FTX US. It may be true with respect to FTX International, but I don't specifically recall. And it's like, why are you splitting this hair? Like, what is the benefit of convincing the jury that you said this about FTX or about FTX US and not FTX? Yeah, I put a star down in my notes. Are these backwards when you see them? I hope not. But I wrote really evasive on this because it was just like, what are you doing? He just seemed so cagey and like, I don't know. Okay, good. It's not backwards. And eventually she says, oh yeah, and this is where the judge actually gets involved. So she says, generally, this is after multiple questions of this to this effect. And he's saying, I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, blah, blah, blah. Yes or no, do you recall making public statements that FTX was a safe platform? He says, I can't think of a specific one off the top of my head. She goes, generally, do you recall in substance making statements that FTX was a safe platform? He says, some things that were sort of like that, yes, I am not sure exactly what you were referring to, but I'm not saying, and then the judge cuts him off and goes, Mr. Bankman-Fried, the issue is not what she is referring to. Please answer the question. And he gives a similarly evasive answer around, I remember things around specific parts of the FTX platform that were related to that. I don't remember a general statement to that effect. I am not sure there wasn't one. And it's like, oh my God, this is like, what are you doing? Okay. Yeah, and so we continue on in this weird sort of distinction between FTX US and FTX, where they start to talk about his testimony to Congress, which was under oath, by the way. So, like, you can't just hop in there and start lying to customers or to Congress. You're not supposed to lie to customers either, but you really can't lie to Congress. And they just getting to the correct part of this so I can have a more complete quote. They bring up this document that basically, so when you testify in front of Congress, you obviously show up and you're speaking to them, you know, off the cuff or whatever, but you usually also submit a written testimony. And along with your written testimony, you can also submit sort of supporting documents. And so they ask about this document that he submitted to Congress, which was FTX's key principles. And they say, and those principles, they weren't limited to FTX US, correct? And he said various principles refer to the industry, some refer to FTX, some refer to FTX US. And she says, let me just double check. So she starts talking about these FTX key principles, which is this document that they've submitted. And he says, you know, and it's titled FTX, I forget if it's FTX US or FTX International. Yeah, so okay, so the document was called FTX US Key Principles. And he said, she asked him, was that document limited to FTX US? And he said, not all of it, no. And she said that the name of that document was FTX US Key Principles, correct? And he says they were not key principles for FTX. They were key principles by FTX for the industry. And then she says, isn't it true that in these key principles, you stated that FTX offered the protections laid out in the principles to its customers? And so they pull up this document and they bring it up, you know, to the page, and it shows, you know, FTX released this week, FTX's key principles for ensuring investor protections, blah, 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 blah. And she makes him read out loud and how FTX offers these protections today with the direct membership model. Except the way that he writes it, or the way that he says it, is like so sassy. Like, he's up there on the stand. She's like, can you please read the next words after this parenthetical? He goes, and how FTX offers those protections today with a, you know, it's like he's like mocking her almost. It was not a good look. Like, he was clearly very flustered and frustrated, and it came through in this very sort of insolent teenager talking back to their mother kind of a way. Not to infantilize Sam Bankman-Fried, who, let me remind you, is 31 years old, but like, he came across as just extremely immature, I guess. Like, yeah, not a good look, I guess I would say. And I have this mark with a star next to it where I write that he is losing his composure by 12:10. So let me remind you, the cross-examination began at 11:25. We've gotten 12:10. We're not even an hour in, and he's already losing his composure. So I was like, oh God, we're not off to a good start. All right. So they're talking about key principles, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, all right. So they start talking about how he wants his customers or his followers basically. So first of all, they're talking about the fact that when he was speaking to his followers on Twitter, he was in effect speaking to customers. And they at some point went through this sort of line of questioning to establish that he understood that when he was tweeting, the people who were reading those tweets were customers, lenders, investors, like the same groups of people that he is accused of defrauding. And so, because he understood that when he tweeted, it was more than likely that a customer or a lender or someone would see those tweets. Therefore, any statements made on Twitter were likely, potentially misleading statements that he was using to defraud these various groups. So, and they were very careful about this questioning, the wording of these questions, where they would refer to, they would say things like, you told your customers on Twitter that blah, 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 like underscoring that your customers are who he's talking to on Twitter, not just like the Twitter ETH. Like there were actually the people who are involved as like the defrauded groups who were on the receiving end of these. I noticed that, and I thought that was kind of a, clever way of sort of making sure that was sticking in the jurors' heads. So she starts saying, you wanted your followers to think that consumer protection was important to you, right? He said, sure. And then she says, but this was really just for PR, wasn't it? And he says, no. And then she said, in private, you said things like, fuck regulators, didn't you? And he said, I said that once. And then she says, and you said in private that the stuff you said about wanting good regulations was just PR, didn't you? And he says, I said something that was related to that, yes. So this may sound familiar to some of you who have read the direct messages that Sam Bankman-Fried had with Kelsey Piper very, very soon after the FTX collapse, like days after, I think. And so she brings up one of the government exhibits, which is a screenshot of these direct messages, and asked him, do you see this part where Kelsey asked, you had a lot of stuff about how you wanted to make regulations, just good ones. And she asked him, was that pretty much just PR too? And he acknowledges that he saw this. And she says, can you please read your last messages? And he goes, yeah. And then he reads out, just PR, fuck regulators. So I was like, ooh, like I thought that was just dick by the prosecutor to make him say fuck regulators in court in front of the jury. Like that's a tough one to come back from. And then remember when I said put a pin in it when I say that he meant, or that she mentioned crypto Twitter? Well, right after this, she says, you called members of crypto Twitter, which included your own followers and customers, which she had him acknowledge earlier on, and he had. She said, you called members of crypto Twitter dumb motherfuckers, right? And he again says, in one instance, I called a specific subset of them that in a private conversation to someone. And she goes, so yes? And he goes, to a specific subset of them, yes. I don't know where that came from. I don't remember seeing that in evidence. I forget where that came from. I feel like maybe I've seen that mentioned somewhere before. I don't know. But anyway, he didn't try to deny it. And I have to say, in fairness, a specific subset of crypto Twitter are dumb motherfuckers. So I can't say I disagree on that point. But as someone who has definitely been described as a member of crypto Twitter, I would object to being called that. I think I tweeted something like, I'm only a dumb motherfucker half the time or so. Anyway, so not a great look, especially now that the government was able to establish that some of these people within the group known as crypto Twitter are like his customers, and it's not a great look to be calling your customers dumb motherfuckers. So that was a nice little touch. Remember earlier when I mentioned muffins and his kind of obnoxious and like weirdly like it was just like he was trying too hard to be charming or whatever when he started talking about how um when people withdrew their funds from FTX they could spend it on muffins for all he cared. Well, the prosecution really zeroed in on that, and I also thought it was annoying, honestly. Maybe it was effective, I don't know. I thought it was just really contrived and, like, just overly theatrical. Like, I get it, court cases are theater, but it felt, like, way too theatrical. Anyway, she goes, "I wanna talk a little bit about muffins." And she's making, like, constant references to muffins, where she's like, "Isn't it true, though, that FTX had rules for when customers withdraw money from the exchange to buy muffins or anything else?" And he's like, um, later she's talking about spot margin and is like, uh, under certain circumstances, a customer with spot margin enabled could withdraw money from the exchange to buy muffins, right? Like, it was just like, okay, come on. Like, why are we all doing this? Um, and then, okay, so finally we get past the muffins thing. Now they start talking about the topic of collateral. So they start saying, isn't it true that the rules you publicized for FTX said that collateral had to be on the exchange? So basically, like if you were gonna, do something that required you to post collateral, you had to actually put that collateral onto FTX so that it was custodied with them, at which point you could do whatever trade you wanted. And he said, "I'm not sure that that's exactly what we said." And she really tried to nail him on this. Like, isn't it true that, what you said publicly was that you always had to do this? And he said, maybe. There was a lot of, "I'm not sure. I don't specifically recall." Finally, she's like, "Can you remember any instance where you publicly said there are exceptions to having to put collateral on the exchange?" "I'm not sure. I don't recall. I can't recall a specific instance, blah, blah, blah." Uh, Finally, and so every once in a while, when she gets really frustrated or when he says something that you can tell is like, he shouldn't have said that, she'll go, "Is it your testimony that da 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 da?" And this is one of the times when she does that. She goes, "Is it your testimony that a customer did not have to post their collateral to the exchange itself in order to withdraw money?" And like you can tell when she says that he should not say yes, because if he does, like that is bad. It's like she's giving him this hint that's like, if you say this, you are going to perjure yourself, pretty much. Um, and so he is trying to really caveat it. That's like, in general, customers had to have collateral on the exchange, etc. And she's like, "And you had said that this was an essential feature of this liquidation engine, right?" "Yes." "The risk engine had to have access to this data, right?" "Yes." Blah, blah, blah. Um, "This is how you marketed FTX. Didn't you testify under oath to Congress that FTX, quote, FTX's risk management program requires that digital asset collateral be placed on the platform itself," etc. So she's pulling out all of these public statements, tweets, congressional testimony, FTX's website or blog or something like that. Like, everywhere she is making, she's pulling up examples of how he said this. Um, and then um, basically pointing out that, and yet look, Alameda Research obviously was not posting collateral to the FTX exchange to withdraw all this money that they started to do. And even if you try to argue that they had all this extra collateral somewhere else, like, you still will have to acknowledge that that is not the standard that most customers were operating under, and you never disclosed this to the public, to lenders, to investors, to anyone. You were basically saying cut and dry, always everyone has collateral in this exchange. So I thought that was particularly effective, especially when they pulled out the congressional testimony, because like that's not just a tweet. Like, you prepared that and then submitted it to Congress under oath. Like, that's a tough one. She even said something like, were there oh, that's weird, it's not in the transcript. I'm wondering, sometimes things get oh no, there it is. Yeah. So she said, yeah, again, didn't you testify under oath before Congress that this we require the collateral to be on the exchange? She says, I don't remember the details. It probably had roughly that, something roughly to that effect. And then she says, that's because that's how you marketed FTX, correct? And he said, sometimes, yes. Were there other times that you said, actually, just kidding? At which point there was an objection, because she was becoming argumentative, apparently, was the objection. So that didn't look great for Sam Bankman-Fried because of just the immense corpus of statements that undercut his claims that like most customers had to put collateral on the exchange. I took a note here that when he was actually directly answering questions with a yes or no, he would often say, yep, like really quickly like that, which I thought came off like he was trying to be like overly casual, like, yep, what of it? Like no big deal. Yep. Often like multiple questions in a row, like, come on, move it along. I don't know, just to me it came off that way. I don't know if that was like something that would have, resonated with the jury or not, but it's just like, just say yes, just be normal. Oh, this is an interesting point. So they're continuing to go back to this idea of the collateral has to be on the exchange, and he is continuing to insist that that's the case in most, but there were some exceptions, and she starts to really press him on it. Like, were there exceptions other than Alameda Research, or was it just Alameda Research was the one exception, and then there was everybody else? And he, I think, thought he got somewhere with this. Like, he sort of got this look on his face, like he was like a little self-satisfied. I'm just making sure I've got the right quotes because I was writing really fast at this point. So saying again, typically you had to have collateral on the exchange. There was no way that a customer could like pledge their house as collateral, or take crypto that they had on some other exchange and like use that as collateral without transferring it to FTX. That's not a way of doing that. And then she goes, the general rules do not allow for pledging an outside investment as collateral in the exchange, right? And he goes, in this sort of self-satisfied way, he goes, I'm not sure that's true. And so she goes, can you name any customers that were allowed to pledge outside investments as collateral for withdrawing money on FTX apart from Alameda? Again, kind of self-satisfied. He goes, I can name a couple of instances where we considered or in fact did do that. And so she goes, when did you in fact do that? And he goes, I believe that we did that with a firm called Crypto Lotus, and I believe that we considered that with Three Arrows. Now I'm going to take that in reverse order real quick because the last one is quick. So they never did it with Three Arrows, which is good. Of all things, why would you acknowledge that you were considering giving Three Arrows Capital special treatment? For those of you who are not steeped in crypto, Three Arrows Capital is the crypto firm that totally exploded in June of 2022. Like, they were the most degenerate gamblers out there as far as crypto hedge funds, and they were the first one to go down when things started to go south. And it was like, oh, cool. So you wanted to give special treatment to Three Arrows Capital and tell them that they could use offsite collateral. Like, this does not make you look like you were being a responsible, trading firm. Now, the chances that the jury really knows who Three Arrows Capital are, probably pretty slim. I know they've come up a couple times in this case, but like only very like in passing. So unless there's a juror who is taking like just incredible notes on this, I doubt it's really going to land. But boy, for those of us in the audience who are obviously like just steeped in crypto, we were all just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, just don't mention it. You can just not mention it, you know? And then going back to the one that he says that they did actually do this with, it was a firm called Crypto Lotus. And he said, and he, like I said, I think he thought he had something here, where he was like, you know what, there was an extra, there was this outside firm. It wasn't just Alameda Research. Well, Danielle Sassoon had done her research because she did not even, there was no shuffling of papers. There was no consulting with the rest of the prosecution team. She was ready to go because she just said, Crypto Lotus, it was this customer you said was allowed to pledge an outside investment. What was the size of that investment? He said, I don't recall the exact amount, but I think it may have been 100 million. She said 100 million. Okay. And he said, that was my guess. She said, can you recall any other instance where a customer other than Alameda and Crypto Lotus with this 100 million was permitted to post as collateral an outside investment? He goes, not off the top of my head. She nails him down on this by saying, sitting here today, the answer is no. This is another thing. She'll say, sitting here today. It's the same thing as like when she says, your testimony is, like, it's very clear what he's supposed to say. And then she goes right to it. She goes, so when Crypto Lotus was allowed to pledge this outside 100 million, was that disclosed to the public? No. And then she says, and you were friends with the head of Crypto Lotus, weren't you? So like he, I guess, had some sort of personal relationship or friendship with the head of this firm that he was giving special treatment to. And I was like, well, shit, man. Like, you thought you had something. And it was like your buddy's crypto firm that you were giving special treatment to. Like, that doesn't make you look good. Now, in fairness, I will say he did deny that. I don't know if they have anything that they can come back to on this. It did come off as really evasive because he was like, she said, you're friends with the head of Crypto Lotus, weren't you? And he said, I don't think so. And then she said, you had a personal relationship with the head of Crypto Lotus. And he said, who are you referring to? And then she said, yes or no. And he said, there was someone from Crypto Lotus who I had talked to. So he was really just like trying to, get around it. And he eventually said they didn't have any non-work discussions. And then she said, so it's your testimony that you have no personal relationship with anybody at Crypto Lotus. And then he said there was a more junior employee who I had been friends with. So anyway, didn't think that came off super well. And it was like the one point today where it looked like he felt like he had really made a point. And then it was just like, oh, nope, she was ready for that. I don't know if this employee was his girlfriend or not. I assume not, but like, boy, he does have a bad track record for like just doing business with all of these women that he's dated. All right. At this point, I make another note about the fact that he keeps saying, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to try to dodge questions. Note, of course, by now that the judge has reprimanded him on this once. Does not seem to have stopped his behavior, but he is just trying to squeak around things. Now they start to get to the topic of all of these instances in which Alameda Research has, or in which Sam Bankman-Fried has claimed that Alameda Research has this, basically is treated like any other customer on the exchange. They play by the same rules as all the other traders on this exchange. He said, she asked him, have you said something like that? And he said something to that extent. But he keeps trying to sort of answer it with a slightly with a caveat basically, which she's not having. So she's saying, she's saying, you told customers in substance that Alameda played by the same rules as other traders on FTX, correct? And he says, I remember saying that Alameda had the same trading access as other customers. She says, basically anything else, and she says, okay, so sitting here today, again, like that's one of those you can, note when she says that. You don't recall assuring customers that Alameda generally played by the same rules as other traders on FTX. He says, I'm not sure. Again, I'm not sure. I don't recall, blah, blah, blah. They pull up the tweet from BitShine, who's this guy, just like a random crypto Twitter guy, basically, who had raised concerns, basically, that that FTX and Alameda Research had a conflict of interest, that maybe Alameda Research had special treatment on the exchange. He has responded, Alameda is a liquidity provider on FTX, but their account is just like everyone else's. And in his direct testimony, or in his direct testimony, his defense attorney had pulled up the same tweet and made him talk about it. And he had said, oh, yeah, sure, I tweeted that, but I thought that they were referring specifically to front running. Now, for those of you not in crypto or I guess finance, front running is basically where if someone had access to the actual like trading information, the non-public trading information, like before the trades were placed, you could try to place a trade first to get basically an advantageous trade if you had information about what other customers were trying to do. And so a ton of people had concerns that Alameda Research was doing this on FTX because like it was the same people running these companies, like who's to say they don't have that kind of access? And so he was saying like they didn't have that kind of access. And it doesn't seem like they did, honestly, at this point. But he was claiming that in this tweet where he, was responding to this person, where there's no mention of front running, that was what he was talking about. And so she says, where in your response, if anywhere, does it say front running? And he says, at the time, I thought it was implicit from the question that it was responding to. Dear reader, it does not look implicit. The question does not say anything about front running. It does not seem to be referring to front running. It's a very weak explanation, but that is what he is trying to argue. And that is his defense throughout to all of these times where they start talking about these claims that he's made publicly about Alameda Research not getting any special treatment. He's like, no, I was just referring to front running. All the other special treatment that Alameda Research gets, that's not what I was talking about. I was just talking about front running. That seems hard to buy. Like, I don't know how I don't know how that's going to fly. And so this is actually a really important point. As far as I know, there is no one on the jury who is particularly intimately familiar with crypto. There is one finance person on the jury. I don't know too much about his background, but he has like a finance background. This, I think, is going to suck for Sam Bankman-Fried because, first of all, this fraud, like, you don't have to know about crypto to understand what happened here. The crypto part is interesting, maybe. There are some ways in which crypto certainly made it much easier to pull off this fraud, but like, it's just fraud, right? The finance guy is going to know what front running is, or at least, insider trading, the general theory. And he's going to know that's really bad. And he's going to know that all these other things that they're talking about that Alameda Research was doing were really bad. And so, like, I do not think that's good for Sam Bankman-Fried that there is some guy on this jury who is at least more familiar than your average person about finance. I just happened to see this going by. I said I was going to answer questions at the end, but I just happened to see this going by. Front running and high frequency trading are two different things. So there was some discussion about how the fact that Alameda Research could trade a little bit faster. Jeez, I can't even speak, on the exchange. Honestly, maybe it was intentional, maybe it was because they were basically co-located, I don't know. But front running is a different side of things. I have once again just remembered that I did not plug my laptop in. Let me go do that real quick. Okay, we're back. Yeah, so I can see there's conversations about this. I don't know super tons about traditional finance, honestly. So maybe there is some other form of front running in TradFi, but in crypto, front running is specifically knowing the crypto trades that um, someone is about to try to place before they have actually been um, put onto the order book, and making a trade in advance of that. So you specifically have to have knowledge of the trade that's going to happen. And there are some ways that this happens without like crypto exchanges being shady and giving information to other people. Like people can pull transaction details out of the mempool and all this crazy stuff, which is super interesting and not at all relevant to this case. But it's not the same as just high frequency trading. Just having a faster connection is not the same thing as front running. Okay, moving on. Yeah, and so they pulled up this BitShine tweet, obviously, that I mentioned. They also pulled up a tweet from some guy whose name I didn't quite hear, who works at a trading firm. I'm not sure if they were a market maker or what the context of this email was. So it may have been a customer on the exchange. It may have been something like that. But basically, someone emailed Sam Bankman-Fried personally and said, I'm worried about potential conflicts of interest. And it shows where he responds to say that basically Alameda is a trader on FTX. Alameda does not have any special access. Its account is like everyone else's. So he responds to this. She says, does this email anywhere mention front running? And he says, no, he had mentioned it to me in person. Sure he did, Sam. I'm sure he did. Okay, so now we get a little cameo from our friend Zeke Fox, who I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Zeke Fox. It's spelled Faux, and the prosecutor throughout this referred to him as Zeke Foe. I think it's Zeke Fox though. Anyway, I'm gonna keep saying Zeke Fox. I could be wrong. Anyway, for those of you who are not familiar, Zeke Fox is a Bloomberg journalist. He very recently published a book called Number Go Up, which until today has probably been best known as the book everyone recommends people read when they are disappointed in Michael Lewis's book. It is not specifically about FTX in the way that Michael Lewis's book is about FTX. It's about just sort of crypto in general. But it does have a fair amount of detail about FTX. He went to the Bahamas fairly shortly after the FTX collapsed and got some interviews with Sam Bankman-Fried. Anyway, he was mentioned frequently today. In fact, Sam Bankman-Fried was handed a copy of his Number Go Up book, which was not submitted into evidence, which is probably good because I don't know if they submitted the whole book into evidence, like maybe it would have become basically publicly available. Like just the copyright questions on that, I have questions there. Anyway, he was told to read from it at several points just to himself, but it was not actually submitted into evidence. But I counted at least 4 times where they referred to Zeke Fox's book, plus another time or two where they referred to an article that he had written and published separately in Bloomberg. So I hope his book sales spike after getting such prominent treatment today. More power to him. He's a good journalist. So basically they used his a quote from one of his articles and from I think the book as well, basically where he said the same thing. They also quoted from an email to Patricia Kausman, I might be mispronouncing that, at the Wall Street Journal. At this point, there were two Wall Street Journal journalists in the room that I was in who were sitting like across the room who like were audibly laughing at this point. It was Caitlin Ostroff and one other person whose name I'm not sure of. So like they were like, it's our colleague. So I just thought that was kind of funny that people were like, hey, like our friend basically is being named here. But again, pulling out literally like this was probably the fifth thing where they showed him making public statements that Alameda had no special treatment. So, oof, ouch, not great. And at this point, he's like trying to be really pedantic about like, I didn't say that in those words. So she's saying, for example, isn't it true that you said Alameda and FTX operated separately? She says, I'm not sure about the exact phrasing. What else? There was another one where it's like multiple right in a row. Yeah, while you were CEO of Alameda, you claimed that Alameda had no special privileges on FTX, didn't you? I'm not sure about the phrasing. So she keeps having to be like, oh, and then she says, in substance, did you claim that Alameda had no special privileges on FTX? He goes, I'm not sure. I don't remember doing so in those words. She just said in substance. It doesn't matter the specific words. And then so she has to go, do you remember doing so in other words? Like he was just trying to be so cagey about it. And I don't know what he thought he was actually like accomplishing with this. Like, does he think the jurors are like robots, and they can't distinguish between a direct quote and you saying something like largely to that effect? Because it just comes off like he's being super, super cagey. And here was another one. She goes, sitting here today, another like, red flag. Sitting here today, Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you deny that Alameda was the only FTX customer that accepted FTX customer fiat deposits directly into its own bank account? So she's, she's asking him, basically, this was unusual. Alameda was being treated very differently from other customers in the sense that they were accepting these customer deposits via their bank account. And his response, let me just read the question for you again, not to be repetitive, but just because so you can understand the extent to which he did not answer the question. So she goes, sitting here today, Mr. Bankman-Fried, do you deny that Alameda was the only FTX customer that accepted FTX customer fiat deposits directly into its own bank account? He responds, FTX has other payment processors. What? She goes, that's not what I said. I asked you whether you denied that Alameda was the only FTX customer that accepted FTX customer deposits directly into its own bank account. He goes, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there were other payment processors that were also FTX customers. As if like one of these random payment processors just like so happened to also be trading on FTX. Like the likelihood of that is so slim. And she of course goes, can you identify a single one sitting here today? I'm not confident. So no, you cannot. Not with 100% confidence. And then she starts talking about the allow negative flag. So this is the feature flag on FTX that allowed them to withdraw funds even when their overall account balance went negative. This is literally just called allow negative. Sitting here today, so she asked him about this line of credit. Alameda was the only customer with a $65 billion line of credit. Do you deny that Alameda's main trading account had an allow negative flag? And he tries to be really specific about it, which, like, I mean, he's trying to be specific. He doesn't want to say something wrong on the stand, but it just, like, comes off really badly, where he's like, I'm not sure which account. Maybe, like, basically saying Alameda Research had all of these sub accounts. She finally has to be like, did any Alameda, like, do any of Alameda's accounts have this allow negative flag? And finally he's like, I think that's correct. So that was a little exhausting, just like having her have to ask the same question 5 different times to get him to answer it. Like, I get when you're trying to avoid saying something that is technically incorrect, and I don't necessarily fault him for that, but, like, she will usually ask, even if she does that, like, one time, for example, with this thing about this one info at Alameda account, like, she's asked the question 5 times, and 4 of them were general enough that you can just say yes or no. Like, you do not have to say, I don't know if it was specifically that one. Like, it's just wasting people's time. And you know that she's going to get around to it and you're going to have to answer it eventually. So why make her do it 4 different times before you finally give her the answer that she needs so she can move on? Like, you're just stalling and it's making you look worse. I don't understand. Anyway, that's my rant. All right, lunchtime. We had a lunch break. I tweeted, like, maniacally from standing outside the courthouse. Ben McKenzie walked past me. I was, like, on my phone. And he's like, tweet it, like, walking past me. I was like, I'm just trying to send my tweets. Also, I'm out of Cliff Bars, but I did, before getting back to my hotel room tonight, I did buy more, and I also had dinner. So I'm not going to be, like, deliriously hungry by the end of this like I was on Friday. So I got my dinner, I got my drink. I'm in good shape here. And then after this, I can just immediately go to bed. Oh, I wanted to address one thing, actually. We're on the lunch break, so I'll just go off topic for a second. So with respect to going to the courtroom specifically, so all 3 days that I've been at the courthouse, I have been in the overflow room. And I have considered showing up early to try to get a seat in the courtroom itself, which would allow me to, make eye contact, I guess, with Sam Bankman-Fried for some reason. And then the more actually interesting and appealing part is see the jurors, because the jurors are not visible on the video stream, I think quite intentionally. And also see the judge, actually, because the judge is not visible on the video stream for reasons which I am not clear on. I would very much love to see the jury and sort of get a sense of what they're paying attention to, if they're asleep. Every once in a while, there are jurors who fall asleep. If they're making faces or whatever, just get a vibe of it. Unfortunately, things have gotten a little out of control here around the time of day that people will show up to line up to get in line to be allowed in, because I mentioned this on the first day, but there are like 20 something, 21, 26, something like that seats in the courtroom, and that's it. And then everyone else just gets put into these overflow rooms. And so there's this like crazy dash to try to get in line first. For a while, it was like people were showing up at like dawn, and then, the courtroom opens, you get let into security, and then court actually starts at 9:30. Well, then people were showing up at like 4, and then 3, and then 2, and then last night I heard that there were people there at like 10 p.m. the previous night lining up. It was raining. So anyway, I don't think I'm going to be doing that. I just don't have the stamina, I think, to go sit in line for like a full 8+ hours before the trial starts and then stay awake. Like, my biggest fear is that I'm going to camp out in front of this courthouse, get into the courtroom, and then immediately fall asleep and be kicked out by the bailiff for like audibly snoring or something like that. So I don't think that's gonna happen. Plus, I have to say the overflow rooms are pretty fun. There was actually a New York Magazine article about like the kind of boisterous overflow rooms, which I thought was pretty funny. Um, just talking about the fact that like so there you have to be really like buttoned up if you're actually in the courtroom. Like you cannot audibly laugh, you should not whisper, you can't obviously make gestures. I think someone actually got in trouble for trying to like make gestures at Bankman-Fried. You if you act out, they will kick you out. The overflow rooms have become raucous. So Thursday, and it depends a little bit on which one you get and the extent to which I just call them the chaperone. I don't know if they're the bailiff or what you actually call them, but there's like a guy who sits in the back of the room to make sure you're all being normal and not mostly just not eating. They seem very concerned about that. And so some of them will shush you, but like today, the room that I was in was boisterous. Like there was like uproarious laughter at various points and stuff like that. So anyway, they're kind of fun. Plus, there's this added benefit of like you're surrounded by other crypto journalists. And so, like, if you are not quite sure you got a quote right, or if you need to double check some context on something, you can just like whisper in someone's ear and, it works out. And you can make jokes and stuff. So, the overflow rooms are pretty fun. Do his parents have to wait in that line? No, they do have to go through security with all the rest of us normies. And so I have been in the security line with Joe Bankman and Barbara Fried several times. They are not so famous that they are just ushered through. But then they can go right into the courtroom. There's like friends and family seating that is separate from just the public gawkers who get to show up. Speaking of being so famous that you're ushered through security, I don't know if this is true. I did not observe this with my own two eyes, but someone who I was sitting next to and who I believe to be a credible source said that he saw Robert De Niro going into the courtroom today. So someone should Google why Robert De Niro would be at the courthouse, because I really want to know if he is studying up to star in a movie about Sam Bankman-Fried, maybe. I'm just trying to, let me just quickly, I haven't seen a super recent picture of Robert De Niro. I'm trying to think of who he would play. My best guess is like, maybe he would play the bankruptcy CEO, John J. Ray III. So anyway, I don't know if he's there for a separate trial or what, but he apparently is so famous that he was not required to go through security like the rest of us. Aw, damn. He was there for a different trial. Aw. I was really hoping it was for research. Well, that's a shame. And he's accused of gender discrimination. That sucks. Well, so much for my fantasies about him portraying someone in a Sam Bankman-Fried movie. And to be clear, there is no movie specifically that I'm speaking about. I just know there are going to be a million movies about this. As far as famous people who were there, I think it's just mostly been Michael Lewis, the author, and then Ben McKenzie, the crypto skeptic, who I finally ran into today. I've been trying to, I know he's been around, but I haven't actually seen him. Because again, apparently, I don't know this, I have not double checked this with him. This is just a rumor that I heard. So Ben, if you're watching, or if you catch this later, or if someone tells you I said this, I apologize if this is incorrect, but I've heard that Ben McKenzie, that the bailiff is a big fan of Ben McKenzie, I think because of Gotham specifically. And so he's allowed to go into the courtroom and doesn't have to camp out at 3 a.m. So maybe I should become a movie star just so that I can get into courtrooms more easily. Yeah, he knows who I am. We were on a panel together at Web Summit like almost exactly a year ago when FTX was falling apart, which was a very memorable moment. So I was just like hanging out in Lisbon, Portugal with him and Jacob Silverman, who are both lovely, wonderful people who know a lot about crypto. And so, yeah, they were, anyway, I ran into Ben today and we got to catch up a little bit, which was fun. Yeah. Okay, so we got back from lunch. They decided to go right into Sam Bankman-Fried's appearance. I genuinely do not know why the prosecution is going so hard on this. I guess they just want to make him seem like he's not genuine. It seems a little overdone to me, honestly, but they basically were going back to him saying that he didn't cut his hair because he was, quote, busy and lazy. I think I mentioned this on Thursday or Friday. I forget which day it was, but I remember thinking, like, it's probably not the greatest idea to testify that you're lazy in court. Anyway, she asked him, is it true that you said to this guy that you thought it was, quote, negative EV to cut your hair? EV being expected value. This is like a very effective altruist thing to say. EV is just like, if something's negative EV, it's like not a good outcome. If something's positive EV, it's a good outcome. It's like, it's just a way to sound pretentious, in my opinion. Anyway, is it true that you said it was negative EV and that it was important for business to people to think you look crazy? And he says, what does he say? It was something very weird and evasive. I don't remember whether I said it or not. She says, do you recall saying to Andy Krogan, you kept your hair long because it was important for the business, quote, for people to think I look crazy? And he said, I don't think I said it in that way. And so they pull up an article from the New York Times, and it has this guy quoting him saying, he said, I honestly think it's negative EV for me to cut my hair. I think it's important for people to think I look crazy. And he says, so she says, do you deny that you said that to this guy? And he says, I have no memory of saying it in that way, and I don't think I would have. So basically he's accusing this coworker of his of just like making up something that he said. And, you know, in fairness, like, this is a person saying, it's like a secondhand quote, right? Like, it's someone saying something that he said to them to the Times. And so, like, it's totally possible that the exact wording isn't quite correct. But there was a point later on where he said something directly to a journalist and was directly quoted by that journalist. And he says, I don't think I would have said that. I'll point it out when we get to it. And she basically was like, so did this journalist misquote you? Like, are you accusing this journalist of making up something that you said? And so, like, I thought that was kind of sketchy. Yeah. And then, yeah, they go into the shorts and the t-shirt thing. Apparently, Anthony Scaramucci had to tell him to wear a suit when they were in the Middle East. Like, come on, my man. And allegedly, Sam Bankman-Fried told him that shorts and a t-shirt were part of his brand. He said he didn't recall this, and they didn't have anything to bring up to, you know, prove that he had said this. I'm guessing that they just got that from Anthony Scaramucci. Here we go. So for those of you who watched my live stream on Thursday or Friday, I mentioned that the direct questioning, they asked him about the naming of Alameda Research, and he said something like, we chose that name because we didn't want other crypto firms to know that we were working in crypto. We wanted to, because we thought they would, you know, be our competitors, and we didn't want to attract that kind of competition. And she basically, I remember saying, like, on the stream something along the lines of, like, oh, I noticed that he did not mention the whole part where he said that he named it that because he didn't want banks to know that they were working in crypto, because then they wouldn't be able to get a bank account. Something that you probably wouldn't mention in court because of the whole bank fraud charge that you're facing. Anyway, obviously, this came up on cross-examination. Just getting the direct quote. This is driving me crazy. There we go. All right. So, in 2021, didn't you say that you used the name Alameda Research to mislead banks? He says, I don't remember saying that. Now, let me remind you, they have already played this clip during the prosecution's case. I forget which witness it was played during, but they have within the last 3 or 4 weeks, they have played the clip of him saying this. So for him to not remember saying it, like, it's not even that he would have to think back to 2021. He would have to think back to a couple weeks ago when they played this in court. Anyway, he says, I don't remember saying that. They play a clip from this podcast where he's talking to someone. It's a crypto podcast by Blockworks, which is a pretty decent crypto publication. In fact, they have a journalist named Molly who was there today who was like, are you Molly White? And I was like, yeah. She's like, I'm also named Molly. People always think I'm you. Because I guess she's kind of skeptical about crypto too. And so when they hear that there's like a skeptical Molly, they're like, oh, it's Molly White. Anyway, I thought that was kind of funny. And it made me wonder if I've ever been mistaken for her and just not realized it. Like, that seems very possible to me. Yeah, so they play this this clip from Blockworks, which is not transcribed, but I can repeat it almost verbatim because I've heard it so many times. The interviewer asks him, isn't it true that you called it Alameda Research because you couldn't get banking and because, everyone likes research or whatever? And he said, yeah, basically there was no chance we were going to get a bank account if we called it something like Shitcoin Day Traders Inc. So we called it Alameda Research because nobody doesn't like research. Like, that's the gist of what he said. Not the best thing to have played in court. And I don't understand. I wrote this, like, what is the point of him denying these things? Like, I don't understand why he would just say, I don't recall saying that, and then making them play the clip. Like, just say that, yeah, I did say that. I don't know. I'm not a defense attorney. Maybe there's some strategy that's just he's playing like 6-dimensional chess and I don't realize it. So this is where Danielle Sassoon got a little bit sassy, and she asked about how he, quote, stumbled his way into Michael Kivis's Super Bowl party. I thought she was gonna say something about how unlikely it seemed that he would just stumble into Michael Kivis at the Super Bowl after having met with him 2 days earlier. Like, he literally testified a couple days during direct. He was like, yeah, I was just lost. He's like, I was at the Super Bowl because I was gonna be in town anyway, and we were doing this commercial at the Super Bowl, and so people thought it'd be fun if I was gonna be there. So I went because I'd never been and it could be cool. And he's like, and I was just walking around because I was lost and I was supposed to be having a meeting with some people. And I was like, I'm having a meeting? Like at the Super Bowl? I assume he just means like meeting up with some people and not like sitting down and having a business meeting. But like, I was very confused by that. Anyway, he says he just so happened to stumble into Michael Kivis, this guy he met 2 days previously. And then was like invited into his fancy private box with Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom and Kate Hudson, and then Michael Kivis and this other guy and some other people who I didn't recognize. Anyway, I thought they were going to ask about how weird that was and like what actually happened. They probably very reasonably understood that it doesn't actually matter, like whether or not he stumbled into him or meant to meet him there. Like, there's no real difference there, because instead they skipped right over that and decided to focus on the question of private jets. And so they ask, you flew to the Super Bowl in a private jet, didn't you? He says, I don't remember. She says, you don't recall flying to the Super Bowl in a private plane? He says, I don't recall how I got there. And she says, is that because you traveled on private planes so frequently? And I was like, ooh, ouch. was just not. Mm. Um, so anyway, he got kind of flustered and was like, "It's because I traveled over 100 times that year. I can't recall how I went any particular time." And she says, "And many of those times on a private plane, correct?" And he says, "Some of them, yes. You spent around $15 million on private jet travel while you were FTX CEO, correct?" That's a lot of money. Yikes. Anyway, he says, "I'm not sure what the correct number is." And then this just felt rude. I literally put rude in my notes. And I was just, if I looked distracted for a second, it's because I was just checking my email to see if I have access yet to today's court exhibits, which I do not. I will be sure to put this in the newsletter, but they decide at this point to show a picture of him asleep on a private jet, and it is not flattering. In fact, I wonder, let me just double check. I feel like I've seen this picture before, so let me just see if it's out there on the internet. Oh, it sure is. Of course it is. I found it in this Bloomberg article. Let me just grab the link and I'll stick it in the chat. But like, it's not cute, and they, for some reason, it felt just a little bit unnecessary. Here's the picture. If I was better at oh wait, I think I can share my screen. Let me see if I can do that, just so that you don't all have to click into this random page. Select a tab to share. Okay. All right, can you see this? Like, it's like head on. He's wearing shorts, a t-shirt, his hair is messy, he's got his shoes off, he's wearing white tube socks. He's just like asleep somewhere near Washington, D.C. Oh, you were getting a black screen. Dang. Maybe if I share my whole window. Okay, maybe you can see it now. I don't know if you can see it. This is my last try. But if you can see this, this is the one that they showed. And honestly, it was just rude. I just thought it was very rude. Damn it, you can't see it. Can you tell I'm a professional at this? Yeah, I have no idea how to do it. Fuck. All right. Well, anyway, it's in the link and I'll put it in my newsletter. You'll get to see it. Anyway, I just thought there's really no benefit to showing that other than just like, look at this goof. And then, of course, to really underline the, oh yeah, and then they said, "Is that you in shorts and a t-shirt on a private plane?" And he said, "Chartered plane, at least." So, oh, maybe it wasn't. And then, of course, they ask, "And you also hired planes to fly Amazon packages to the Bahamas?" He says, "Not me personally. I think FTX did something of that sort." She says, "And you authorized that, right?" He says, "Yes." Now, this is one of those parts where I feel like him trying to push back against her just made things worse for him, because she said, "And that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to fly packages on planes to FTX in the Bahamas," which, like, holy shit, that is so much money. For those who may be wondering why he would do that, I guess Amazon, at least then, maybe now too, did not deliver to the Bahamas. And I guess FTX employees were so desperate for Amazon packages that they had chartered planes for some reason. Like, that's just what? Anyway, hundreds of thousands of dollars to do this on top of, I assume, the Amazon prices. He says, "I'm not sure exactly how much it would cost." She says, "How much would you approximate it cost?" He says, "I don't know." So she says, "So you authorized it, but you didn't know what it cost?" And then he goes, That's correct." So it's like, oh, okay, great. So instead of saying that you were spending exorbitantly, you said that you were just authorizing completely unlimited purchases. Like, that's better, I guess. Okay. All right. So at this point, I just make a note about how so many times she will say, "Didn't you say something?" And he'll say, "I may have." And then she'll say, "The government offers exhibit number." Like, you can stop her from putting very damning evidence of things that you said up on the screen for all these jurors to see by just saying that you said that thing. Like, it's not better to say that you don't recall and then have her say or have her show you doing that exact thing. And then not only do they see it in the time period that it actually was happening, where he's like obviously lying, but now he also sounds like he's being cagey and saying, I don't remember. um, Yeah, so here's just another example of that. She says, "You claimed that FTX had a conservative approach to managing risk, didn't you?" He says, "I'm not sure exactly what that was referring to." Again, she says, "You don't recall saying that." He says, "I don't remember the context." She says, "Do you recall saying that in any context?" He says, "I'm not confident." Like, why say I don't remember the context and then it's like, no matter the context, I still don't know. It's like, just stop. Just stop. Um, Something about publicly criticizing other exchanges. Matt Levine comes up. So it's something that he said on Matt Levine's, or said to Matt Levine on a podcast. I think they said it was on Matt Levine's podcast. Oh, no, they didn't. That was me taking notes poorly. It was on a podcast he went on with Matt Levine, which would have been the Odd Lots podcast, I'm pretty sure. I keep waiting for the whole quote that was like him talking about putting money into the box and the whole like basically describing yield farming as a Ponzi scheme to come up. I'm actually becoming less and less confident that that's going to be played at trial because it is a really damning thing to say. But I think it would require them to go into a lot more detail about crypto than they actually want to go into. And like, it doesn't matter what yield farming is, and having to try to explain to the jury what yield farming is just to put this kind of shitty interview when they've already got so much other stuff, I'm starting to think it's probably not going to happen, but it would be fun. But they've already put Matt Levine in here at least once or twice. Like, they played a clip from him early with one of the other witnesses. Okay, so there's this narrative that's been emerging where Sam Bankman-Fried is basically trying to suggest that like all of the money that was lost or all of this money that Alameda Research had borrowed was coming from margin trading, or yeah, margin, spot margin lending and futures traders. And so every once in a while he'll make some kind of reference to that where he'll try to say like, oh, well, this is referring to margin trading, blah, 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 because at some point, I assume during closing, this argument will actually congeal. But it has not really yet. So I'm really just trying to cobble it together. Anyways, so they sort of undercut that whole thing because she said, okay, we've talked a lot about margin. Let's quickly talk about all the customers who were involved in spot trading and like had never turned on margin. They had never traded futures. They were just doing spot trading. Isn't it true that FTX did not prioritize withdrawals from customers who were only doing spot trading? And he had to admit that that is true. And so basically, like, even though he was saying that, like, okay, sure, people lost money, but it was all these spot traders and all these people who were doing lending and all these people who were doing futures trading. That's not true, because when everyone was like banging on the doors to get their money out, spot traders were just like, it was first come first serve, and it didn't matter if you were doing spot trading or margin lending or whatever. And so there were some margin traders who got their money out and some spot traders who didn't, because it was the funds were not separate. There was no priority there. And he tried to say, oh, well, we didn't get around to prioritizing the spot traders because everyone was just trying to get their money so quickly and we didn't have enough time to put a system in place where that would have happened. You probably should have thought of that, my man. This is why a lot of exchanges would segregate those customers' funds and also not borrow them and give them to their trading firm. What else? Oh, yeah. So then we got into the topic of clawbacks. And so basically, when it comes to clawbacks, the idea is that, like, if someone's margin trade or whatever goes so bad and they can't put it, they can't pay back that position and they don't put more money in, then it gets socialized, basically, is how they put it. So, like, all customers take some amount of a loss. And part of, I think, one of the arguments that they're like broadly gesturing at this point, I can't say they're making this argument because it has never been clearly stated. So, like, maybe, I guess, that's going to come up in closing. I don't know. They have all of these, like, sort of ideas of arguments that have always been sort of just floating around. And this is one of them, which is that, oh, everything went wrong, but hey, we did warn people that clawbacks could happen, and this $8 billion is really just like one big clawback. And so they're basically saying, weren't you widely marketing, basically, that your fancy exchange with this risk engine that was so innovative and blah, 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 was supposed to prevent clawbacks, and that clawbacks wouldn't happen? And he kept trying to insist that he always qualified it. So he was saying, well, I think I said something like reduce or prevent clawbacks. And this is kind of an interesting point because actually the evidence that the government had kind of, I think, actually supported his point to some extent. But he got very frustrated during this period, I think, because he was kind of right. So, like, points to him, I guess. They basically tried to pull up this white paper that was written about FTT. And let me just get it in front of me here because I was not writing quickly enough at this point. Yeah. So they pull up this white paper in front of him, and she goes to it. If I had the exhibits and if I knew how to share my screen, I'd show it to you because it's kind of hard to explain without it in front of us. But basically, it's this slide, and it says it's got FTX features, and then underneath it, there's like a section heading that says preventing clawbacks, and then there's text underneath it. And so she says, basically, do you see underneath it where it says preventing clawbacks? And he says, yes, but I also see that it says later in the broader text that it says that this liquidation engine significantly reduces the likelihood of clawbacks. And then there's a later point where she brings up a different document, which is a marketing deck criticizing in one point other futures exchanges, which he says have had hundreds of millions of dollars of clawbacks. And so she pulls this up and she says, let me just get it. Yeah. So she says, okay, do you see at the top, blah, blah, blah. And then she goes, and what does it say underneath that? And he says, preventing clawbacks. And then it says significantly reduces the likelihood of clawbacks. And she gets a little annoyed at him because he's read what she wanted him to read, which was what was right underneath it. And then he went and read something else. And so she said, okay, Mr. Bankman-Fried, what are the two words under the question of blah, blah, blah? And he gets a little sassy. He goes, the first word is preventing. The second word is clawbacks. It's like, all right. But, like, in fairness, I do get why he was kind of annoyed because it did say something about reducing the likelihood of clawbacks later on. But then she kind of gets him a little bit where she says, do you not consider reducing the likelihood of clawbacks the same thing as preventing clawbacks? And I would have just said no, because I see those as two different things, but he just says, I think it's ambiguous. So I don't know. Anyway, this is like the one thing that maybe he had a point, and it's not a great point. Okay, so then they're starting to talk about the auto liquidation rules. Did you direct Gary Wang and Nishad Singh to change the auto liquidation rules to not apply to Alameda Research? And he said something like, yes, I instructed a change to that purpose. And so you knew that Alameda Research was subject to different rules regarding liquidation when you authorized FTX terms of service. He says, yes. And you didn't tell customers, and you didn't tell investors, and you didn't tell Congress. So like they really nailed that one. They tried to get let me just grab it. They tried to get him on the allow negative flag, which he was extremely evasive on. Basically trying to say, I'm not sure which specific sub account, blah, blah, blah. They had another thing, which I'm just going to skip because it honestly was not that important. Oh, this was really interesting. Okay, so they go back to the topic of the database. So there's this AWS database that they've talked about. Sam Bankman-Fried maintains that he never had access to this AWS database. And the closest thing he's ever had to access is that duplicate of the database in Google Cloud that was eventually made available to him in October. So, and he's had access to it since then. So he after the bankruptcy, he there was a copy made of it, and he's been able to run queries against it. But like up until October, at least, he claims that he did not have access to this database. He never looked in this database. And so she first asks him, as a CEO, you had access to this database, correct? And actually, this gets to a point where he's been saying, yup, 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 repeatedly. So he goes, you testified that FTX had an AWS database. Yup. You described its content and had customer information. Yup. Had information about trades. Yup. Customer balances. Yup. And as CEO, you had access to the database, correct? Nope. And so it's like, okay, let's stop and go into that. She goes, your testimony is that you did not have the ability to access the database. And he said, I never did. To my knowledge, I didn't have access to it. Now, first of all, you're a CEO. It is your company. If your company has a database, you have access to that database. It doesn't matter if you don't have an account or if you never logged in. You can get access to that database by asking one of the many people that you employ who have access to that database to give you access. Because you're the CEO and you own the company and you have all of this control over the company. Like, it's just dumb to be like, I couldn't possibly have gotten access to this database that belongs to the company that I own. Anyway, I thought that was dumb. But he basically says, to my knowledge, I didn't have access to it. She says, I'm asking you whether you had authorization to search the database. I have no idea whether someone had created an account in my name that in theory was designed for me. If so, I never used it. So again, he had no access to it apparently, or so he claims. But then, this was interesting. I don't think I knew this before today. After FTX declared bankruptcy, isn't it true that one of the first things you did was try to restore your administrative access to the AWS database? He says, that's not how I would put it. Isn't it true that in the weeks following the bankruptcy, you asked to have your access to the AWS database restored? He says, I was not specifically looking for my personal access to the AWS database. I assume at this point he's talking about the personal access he supposedly didn't have. Anyway, Isn't it true you were requesting AWS access? And so he claims that he was requesting it on behalf of the joint provisional liquidators in the Bahamas. So yes or no, you made requests to restore access to the AWS database. He goes, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to here. At this point, the judge has had it and goes, look, could you just answer the question instead of trying to ask the questioner what she's referring to? He goes, okay. At several points, Judge Kaplan snapped at him, and Sam Bankman-Fried looked like sort of a scared dog, like who's been yelled at. He's like, like, oh shit. Anyways, so at that point, he says no, that he did not make requests to restore access to the AWS database. Okay, sure. So then she goes, isn't it true that you made to-do lists after FTX's collapse that included things like, quote, try to get AWS access? He says, probably. Whenever he says probably, it's with this kind of sass where he's like, probably. Like this sort of insolence. And so then she says, so isn't it true that you were trying to get AWS access after FTX declared bankruptcy? Yes. Let me remind you, he had just said no to that question. So that didn't go great. Yeah, I noted in my notes that there was a long pause before that yes. All right. I think then we're starting to talk about collateral, blah, blah, blah. Oh, here's another one where he gets really cagey again. It's about collateral. She asks him, you permitted Alameda to borrow without requiring that it post collateral on the exchange, right? He says, to my knowledge, a number of market makers had lines of credit. That wasn't the question. Like, what? That wasn't even close to the question. At this point, I write super KG, underline, underline, underline. Because I was like, what? Oh, this is spicy. So by May of 2022, you understood that Alameda Research's line of credit permitted Alameda to withdraw money from the exchange without posting collateral. He says, I'm not sure I understood that as of then. No. At which point she goes, you testified under oath in this courtroom before, didn't you? He goes, yep. And you were asked in May of 2022, could Alameda's collateral take the form of assets that were not posted to the exchange, correct? Uh-oh. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to say one thing on one day and then say the other thing on another day. In the past, the defense has objected to them using the transcripts of the Thursday hearing, which was not in front of the jury, to basically try to impeach his testimony on future days. The reason I'm talking so slowly is because I am trying to pull up the page reference. Yep, and I just double-checked that they were indeed using the transcript from that day to impeach his testimony. It does not seem that the judge agrees with this objection. They had at one point tried to put in basically a standing objection, and the judge was like, there is no such thing in federal court. You can't just say, I object to everything of this type. You have to just make the objection. And so that's what they were doing here. They were making the objection, at which case the judge overruled it. So at least for this judge, he is willing to allow them to use the transcript of his testimony, which was, again, he was sworn in, it was under oath and everything like that. The jury wasn't there. And so I can just quickly go back and grab you the quote from that day. So just to compare and contrast, what he had said today was, they had asked, isn't it true that at least by May of 2022, you understood that Alameda's line of credit permitted Alameda to withdraw money from the exchange without posting collateral? Now, in the previous testimony, he is asked to explain under what circumstances he believed Alameda was permitted to borrow funds from FTX. And as of May 2022, yeah, and so basically, he actually testified. Interesting. He actually testified to this in his direct examination. So talking to his own defense attorney, he said that in May 2022, he thought that in certain circumstances, Alameda Research borrowing funds from FTX was permitted. She asked if he recalled the testimony. He said yes. So, oof. Yeah, and so there's a portion of this where they ask, could Alameda's collateral take the form of assets that were not posted to the exchange? And he said, I had the view that it potentially could. So not great to see him contradicting his own testimony. That doesn't look great. At this point, I write sullen because he looks like a teenager who's just been grounded or like had his cell phone taken away or something like this. He does not look happy. He looks like he's moping. They now at this point go over Alameda lines of credit. Let me just. All right, I don't know what I'm going to search to find this, so I'm just going to skip it. Something about instructing Gary Wang and Nishad Singh to increase Alameda's line of credit. Excuse me. There was some stuff around agreements that were made between FTX and market makers, basically finding that Alameda Research never had to sign one of those agreements, and that those agreements basically always say that you can't just take the funds that have been extended to you via a line of credit and then withdraw them off the exchange. Of course, Alameda Research signed no such agreement. There's this one point where he doesn't seem to want to acknowledge creating a spreadsheet, which I don't know what he thinks, that like they're going to pull up this spreadsheet in front of him and be like, did you create it? And he's going to be like, no. And they're going to be like, ah, dang. And then just move on. Like, you know what they have for exhibits. You've had the opportunity to review this. Like, where do you think this is going to go? So anyway, they pull up this spreadsheet that's basically showing a list of all these market makers and traders and stuff that have gotten lines of credit, and it shows like Alameda Research at the very top with their like $65 billion limit, and then like the next biggest one is like 150 million or something like that. Like it's an order of magnitude lower. And so she goes, let me just grab it. She goes, Mr. Bankman-Fried, you created this document, right? He goes, it looks like a document I made. And she goes, when you say it looks like a document you made, is the content here the content of a document that you created? And he says, I believe so. So like, what did we accomplish there? Like, what was the point of that? But then, of course, she goes on and says that there's Google metadata basically indicating that you created, that someone, at least someone who was logged in as Sam at alamedaresearch.com created this spreadsheet. And so then she gets kind of pissy about it, where she's like, in this document you created, do you see row 2? And makes him read some stuff off. more about documents around lines of credit. Okay, so he has at least twice in today's cross-examination, the idea that he referred to Alameda Research as, quote, a neutral piece of market infrastructure came up. And they basically were like, that makes no sense because they had all these special privileges. She pulls up in front of him. So he's looking at this document. She pulls up an article by Kate Rooney, which was published somewhere. I can't recall off the top of my head, and I did not write it down. But it's, like a published news article. And he is quoted directly as saying, we view Alameda Research as a neutral piece of market infrastructure. At which point he gets so cagey. She goes, do you see that? He says, I do see that. Basically saying, I'm reading it in front of me, but I'm not saying that. And she goes, and you said that, right? He goes, presumably. Do you recall saying that? Only vaguely. You deny that you said that? And then he says, I'm not saying that I didn't say it. At which point there is like quite a lot of laughter in the overflow room because it was like just so dumbly evasive. There was another point after this. They've brought up another document. She says, this is the document you wrote after FTX collapsed, right? He says, it looks like one. Like, what are you are you hoping that your conviction is going to be overturned because the government faked documents that look like documents that you created? Like, what's the point of all this? Oh, and this is what I was referring to earlier. This is where it seems like he's basically trying to suggest that a journalist misquoted him. So this is an article by Joshua Oliver in the Financial Times that was published on December 4, 2022. And the journalist writes, he admitted that Alameda had been allowed to exceed normal borrowing limits on the FTX exchange since its early days. And she says, do you see that? And he says, I can read that, yeah. Are you denying that you said that? And he says, I don't think I would have said it in that way. I'm not sure exactly what that's referring to. And then she says, did you put out any public statement disputing this article? And he says, I don't remember, probably not. I disagreed with nearly every article written about me then. And then I wrote, so evasive. They go into whether or not Alameda Research has more leeway, quote, on the exchange. And so she says, isn't it true that you used the words that you knew Alameda had more leeway than other traders on the FTX exchange? And he says, as of when? And she says, yes or no, do you recall saying that? And she says, not in those words specifically, and I don't know what context it was in. Like, buddy, just answer the question. At this point, the judge gets annoyed and says, sir, do you remember saying that in words or in substance? And he says, referring to some particular things in some particular time periods, yes. Like, he just cannot answer the question straight. Zeke Fox comes up again. Does not recognize. They ask him if he recognizes the book, and he says no, which kind of makes sense because the book, I think, was published after he was put in jail. Although, I don't know, maybe he got a copy if they were hoping to put it into evidence, in which case that's nice. He had some reading to do. Not that Sam Bankman-Fried historically likes books very much. At this point, we took our afternoon break. There had been a sidebar, I think. Yeah, there was a sidebar, and then something went wrong with the Oh, here we go. The book was not in evidence. No, sorry, the article. They're referring to an article that Zeke Fox published in Bloomberg, which was separate from the book. Um, and I think the objection was overruled. At which point there was basically technical difficulties, something to do with the plugs in the monitor at the defense table, and so we took the afternoon break and they plugged things back in. So this was 3:15. We're almost done. We got out at 4:15 or 4:30, so there's like an hour left in this. I hope I don't take another hour trying to discuss this. I'm long-winded, but I hope I'm not equally as long-winded as the whole defense. They read an excerpt from the book about Alameda Research not following the same margin rules. Oh, here's a fun one. So they go over the mobilecoin issue, which we have spoken about several times. So I think it was maybe Gary Wong who first testified about it. And then it came up in direct yesterday. But the TLDR of this is that some trader took out a position there were multiple tokens involved. Mobilecoin was one of them. Mobilecoin is like the Signal, like the chat app, I think. Messaging, or they had a token or something. I forget exactly what it was, but anyway, Mobilecoin, and then this one called BTMX. And they were both very illiquid tokens. There wasn't a huge market for them. And this customer took out this huge position in these two illiquid tokens and started doing some weird shit that made Gary Wong, Nishad Singh, and Ryan Salem think that they were trying to basically manipulate the market and then take advantage of FTX as a result. And Bankman-Fried testified yesterday that when they told him about it, he basically said he would take responsibility for the account and he would monitor it. And if they were being shady, he would shut it down and whatever. Well, then he testified that he wasn't paying enough attention and he didn't notice these, he said, several loopholes in the FTX risk engine that this trader was able to exploit. And so ultimately I think they borrowed against their Mobilecoin and BTMX tokens or whatever. It was like a classic price manipulation thing where if you take a position in a bunch of assets, jack up the price of those assets, even though there's no way you could ever sell them for anything near that price, but then you borrow against them in assets that you can sell, like ETH or Bitcoin or USDT or, like a stable coin or something. And then you just ditch the bad assets. You can make a lot of money. That's how a price manipulation attack usually works in very simplified terms. And so that's what this guy did. And Bankman-Fried didn't notice. And so he ended up with this pile of tokens that was worth nothing. He claims at several points throughout his testimony that, it doesn't really matter because the position never went negative. He's basically saying you can't lose money if you don't sell. That's the argument. Because you've got these shitty tokens that are totally worthless, but on paper they're worth something, so it doesn't matter, right? Obviously, the judge was having none of this, or not the judge. No one was having any of this, but the prosecutor is having none of this. She says that, basically, isn't it true that, well, so first, Alameda, none of the backstop liquidity providers would take on this position, obviously. So Alameda Research, he said, we decided that Alameda Research would step in. And she says, doesn't that mean that you decided that Alameda Research would step in? And he says, yes. Now, for someone who's trying to claim that he has no control over Alameda Research, that seems like a bad idea. Although I do think maybe the mobilecoin exploit predated the I'm not going to try to look it up. It may be that the mobilecoin exploit predated when he stepped down as CEO of Alameda Research. I don't remember off the top of my head. Either way. And he gave this whole story yesterday about like because he felt so guilty for not focusing enough attention on this shady trader, he decided that the position should go to Alameda Research because he owned the majority of Alameda Research and it was his fault. And like, oh, he was just being so responsible and all that. Not making any reference to the testimony we'd heard previously, which was that he was trying to hide this loss by putting it on Alameda Research because unlike FTX, whose balance sheets had to be sent to investors and lenders and blah, 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 like Alameda Research had a less public balance sheet. They still sent balance sheets to people and stuff, but it wasn't to the extent of FTX. And so she basically says, oh, and that's the other thing is he repeatedly has claimed that the insurance fund was not involved because the position was positive. It didn't go negative, so the insurance fund wasn't involved, which he cared a lot about because he often represented to Congress, for example, that the insurance fund had never had a loss, like a loss over, it was like $4 million. Obviously, something like this, slightly more than that. He'd also said that there were never any days that FTX had losses that surpassed their daily revenue. This was a lot more than that. But if he pretends that there was no loss, then he's technically not lying. Anyway, they ultimately lost something like $800 million because of this exploit. Like, it was huge. For context, one of the biggest like DeFi exploits, the Axie Infinity exploit, which was like the top one on Web3 is going to Great's leaderboard if you discount all the bankruptcies and stuff like that, that was 625 million. So 800 million, fucking huge. That's the amount that Alameda Research essentially lost. He says he has no memory of whether Alameda Research lost or made money. Because honestly, what's a couple $100 million here or there, really? At this point, I write down it's not a loss unless you sell. So I think that's really what he's saying. And the prosecution at this point is pushing him on it. Like, the tokens were liquid. You knew that Alameda Research would lose money on the account. The reason none of the other liquidity providers would take this account is because they would be taking on hundreds of millions of dollars loss. And obviously this supposed positive net value of the token did not translate into hundreds of millions of dollars. Let me just see if I can see what he said to that. Yeah, so in this instance, the positive net value of the coin did not translate into millions of available dollars, correct? I suspected that it very well might not. Did you? He also, at this point, I'm a little confused. He said, she basically asked him, yes or no, if you had not transferred this account to Alameda, FTX would have ended up with a loss, right? And he said, if I hadn't taken any of my actions, I don't think FTX would have ended up with a loss. So he must be saying, again, that it wasn't realized or something, because they never really had him explain that. But like, either way, and maybe she just was giving up on trying to get him to say it explicitly because she'd already completely made the point that like he was in fantasy land at this point, because then she just says, wouldn't the insurance fund have had to cover the loss? Wouldn't the loss have been larger than daily revenue? And if that loss had been covered by FTX, wouldn't those hundreds of millions of dollars have shown up in FTX's books where they presumably would have been seen by investors? So I think they are going to circle back around to that particular point to show that he basically explicitly lied to Congress, for example, with his very creative definition of not taking a loss. Because if he testified, that testimony that he gave in front of Congress, saying that the insurance fund had never paid out more than a couple million and that FTX had never had a loss larger than its revenue, post-dated the mobilecoin exploit. So this had already happened at that point when he was lying in front of Congress under oath. Oh, great. And also, they got him basically to admit during his testimony that she said a moment ago, didn't you say that a customer exploited loopholes in the risk engine? And he said, yes, I can explain if you want. And she said, that's all right. Like, bless you, Danielle Sassoon, for cutting that off. I don't need to hear him trying to do that. You also didn't disclose to customers that a customer had exploited loopholes in the risk engine. So she goes over a couple things. You didn't disclose to investors that a customer had exploited FTX's risk engine. You didn't disclose to anyone, basically, which is not a great look. And after this exploit, you then went on to raise another, it was like $900 million from investors from like VC firms and stuff like that. Again, without disclosing this to anybody. So that's not great. What else? Oh, there's something about him transferring. So Professor Easton, the accounting professor for the prosecution, produced a list of investors whose funds were transferred from FTX to Alameda. So basically they had invested in FTX and then FTX took those funds and sent them over to Alameda Research, which they should not have been doing. And then they were spent on various whatever, real estate, venture investments, loans to Sam Bankman-Fried, etc. First of all, he sort of tried to dispute Easton's testimony. And then there's this interesting thing where after you raised more than $1 billion from investors, you told Ryan Salem to transfer that money to Alameda, didn't you? And he said, nope. And she said, didn't you tell Ryan Salem something to the effect of, why would you leave the fucking funds just sitting there? And he says, I have no memory of that. And then they leave it there. So I'm curious where that came from, because I haven't seen that written down anywhere. And I haven't heard of that mentioned before. But the interesting thing is that Ryan Salem is not cooperating with the prosecution. So that probably didn't come from an interview with Ryan Salem. I'm just curious, like, what have they got that I don't know about? I want to know. Now they go into serum, which is this token that Nishad Singh, at least, testified that Bankman-Fried was so desperate to get FTX's revenue above the $1 billion mark that he asked Nishad Singh to basically fake these staking fees and then backdate it. So it looked like they had been receiving all these staking fees from serum that they never actually had. And so, and he basically said in his direct that it was as though Nishad Singh had basically just spontaneously decided to commit fraud on his behalf with no instruction to do so, for no personal benefit, without Sam Bankman-Fried being even aware that this had happened, which I think just like stretches credibility. Like, why would a person do such a thing, Anyway, they basically were just going through balance sheets that he sent to investors that showed, like, they took an early one that was prepared sometime in like early to mid 2021 and had no reference to these $50 million staking fees that just appeared at the end of the year. And also this, balance sheet showed revenue substantially below $1 billion. And then they took another later balance sheet that showed the revenue above $1 billion and that had these staking fees, basically just trying to lay the foundation to make the claim that, like, clearly they sent these balance sheets to lenders, and so therefore it is proof of fraud on those lenders. So That was mostly just laying a foundation for it, but he again sort of tried to say that he didn't recognize these spreadsheets and he wasn't sure. Maybe they included staking fees, maybe they were rolled up in some other column. Who really knows? Oh, this was cool and fun. Whoa, my laptop almost fell on the ground because I am just so excited. So they pull up the rewards agent agreement that was created that was basically a document, like a legal document made to record the serum staking fees. And it was written that the document was effective as of January 2021. However, various testimony, etc., have shown that it was created substantially later than 2021. In fact, I think Nishad testified that it was created in like December. It was like right under the wire. They were trying to get these $50 million somewhere. And so they created this document and then backdated it by like a full year. And Bankman-Fried acknowledged that. He basically admitted that they had created this document and then backdated it. He seems to be fully under the opinion that there is nothing wrong with just like creating the document and then having the effective as date be set a year in the past. Not only that, let me just grab the exact quote back. Sometimes that's annoying. My search is not always wonderful because sometimes they like put spaces where I don't expect it. Here we go. So he acknowledges to signing it roughly much later than January 1, 2021. And then she says, isn't that your guess, referring to the time that he signed this? Because as you testified, you weren't thinking about serum staking fees at all until late 2021 when you wanted to get revenue above $1 billion. And he says, yep, that's right. Which seems like kind of admitting to the thing that he was just saying he didn't do. But then she says, and this wasn't the first time that you signed a document more than a year after its supposed effective date, correct? I think it was not, he says. She says, meaning you had signed other documents more than a year after their supposed effective date, correct? Like, same question. He goes, yep, that's right. So that doesn't seem good. I don't know why he just admitted to that after being so cagey about so many other things that he could have just admitted to that would not have had necessarily as bad ramifications as admitting to this. But I was just like, did he just give up? Like, what's happening? Or he just genuinely doesn't think there's a problem with doing that. That's honestly my theory, is that he just thinks like you can just backdate documents and it's fine. I don't know. Although, just, interesting. I'm just noticing that earlier today, no. Sorry, that was referring to something else. Just kidding. I thought he contradicted himself, but he was referring to a different document. All right. Didn't really matter that much, but when she was referring to venture investments that she was making, she snuck in a little dig where she said, isn't it true that you spent $23 million buying out your favorite video game? Referring to the fact that he bought Storybook Brawl, which is that video game that he wouldn't quit playing while talking to investors and things like that. So that doesn't look great. Also, they spoke about investments that he had made in media. He acknowledged having made an investment in the block. And then he said that he basically spent $16 million or loaned $16 million for an apartment for the CEO of the block. I don't remember if this I know that the investment in the block came out when FTX was going under. I don't remember if I read anything about him buying the guy an apartment, but that's weird. Anyway, at this point, I write that he is insolent and impatient. So he's like losing it at this point, like just not well composed. They ask him about a couple more investments that he basically directed. Oh, and then we get to the Robinhood shares. So this has been a whole big thing. And I have a big note where I said get transcript for this because I couldn't write fast enough, and it was spicy. So for background, Bankman-Fried Bankman-Fried used Alameda Research's money to purchase a large share in Robinhood, which is the traditional stock trading app, but they also have a crypto thing now. And critically, one thing that was different about the Robinhood investment is that after they purchased those shares, he then transferred them to a shell company, basically, that was, I think, 90% owned by him and maybe 10% owned by Gary Wang. It was something like that. It was the vast majority of it was Bankman-Fried's. And so he basically he took money from Alameda Research, which was actually money from FTX customers, made this investment supposedly for the benefit of Alameda Research, which is why he's making all these investments, is they should supposedly pay off for Alameda Research. But then he took this investment that was supposedly for Alameda with Alameda's money, except it was FTX customer money, and then he just transferred it to himself, basically. Like one of the sketchiest things that happened in here. He acknowledged that he was the one who decided to make this investment. She says, and after those shares were purchased, you transferred them to yourself, right? And he says, I'm not sure what you mean by that. And so they pull up, I love this. They pull up a document that is titled Alameda Research, Unanimous Consent of Board of Directors, Stock Transfer. And then he says, so he acknowledges that he sees it. This is transferring the Robinhood stock to yourself, right? And he says, transferring it from one company that I was a partial owner of to another company that I was a partial owner of. He tries to basically quibble over whether or not he is the sole owner or the partial owner of the recipient company, which is, again, Emergent. Gary and him, I think, were the only owners. He said during this testimony he wasn't sure if maybe Nishad was an owner too. Pretty sure he's not. We've seen the ownership document, and I'm pretty sure it was 90-10 Bankman-Fried, Gary Wang. Anyway, that's not the funny part. The funny part is where she repeats that this document is called Unanimous Consent of Board of Directors. And then she says, looking at the bottom, you were the only member of the board, correct? And he goes, it looks like it. And she goes, well, were you in fact the only member of the board? And he goes, I'm not sure which board of directors this is referring to. Let me remind you the title of the document, which is Alameda Research, Unanimous Consent of Board of Directors. Like, what board would it be referring to, if not that board? Anyway, were you the only member of the board of directors of Alameda Research? And she says, I'll direct your attention to the second sentence of this document, which says, I don't think I have access to the exhibits yet. No, I don't. So I can't read it. So I'm just going to grab it out of the transcript. But basically it says something, Sam Bankman-Fried, chairman and sole member of the board of Alameda Research Limited, correct? Like, it says that in this legal document, which he's already acknowledged that he signed. And so he basically says, of some Alameda entities, not of others. And my memory my belief at that point was that this was not the case for most Alameda entities. It appears it was for this one as of then. And so she says, so the entity here, Alameda Research Limited, you were the sole member of the board of directors, correct? Again, like, why is it taking us 5 minutes to establish this? Because he just won't admit that that's what it says right in front of him. And he says, this makes it seem like I was as of then. I probably was as of then. It wasn't my intention to be. And she says, you said it wasn't your intention to be. You signed this document, right? And he says, yes. And she says, and this document says you were the chairman and sole member of the board of Alameda Research Limited, correct? And he says, yep. And then the judge intervenes, bless his heart, because like, this is not going well. He goes, you owned 90% of the stock, right? Oh, and actually one thing that I will notice. So Sam Bankman-Fried has noticeably been willing to be bitchy, for lack of a better word, to the prosecutor. He clearly has a lot more respect for the judge, which, in fairness, he's not an idiot. He knows the judge is the one doing sentencing here. He absolutely should not become snarky with the judge. So when the judge steps in, it's like you notice this very noticeable change in Sam Bankman-Fried's demeanor where he like pulls it back together and is very submissive. I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for. He's like there's a word that I can't think of right now. Anyway. So the judge intervenes and deferential. Thank you. Thank you for all of the synonyms. I just need you guys to follow me around when I'm writing and I can just get you to be my thesaurus. Deferential was the word that I was looking for. So anyway, the judge intervenes and goes, you own 90% of the stock, right? And he says, that's correct, yes. And so the judge goes, so did you become director by mistake or by accident or something else? Oh, God. And then he's like clearly being like, oh, he's like, no, I'm not saying I didn't approve this transfer. I absolutely did approve this transfer. Anyway, that was a highlight for sure of the day. Like, that was good. And then, as if she had not just finished shredding Sam Bankman-Fried, she goes on. Oh, actually, no, I have a note here that I said the words, oh, buddy, in the very same, like, this was like not intentional, or I don't know, I wasn't thinking about it when I did it, but I just like found myself going, oh, buddy, under my breath, in the very same tone of voice that I use when my dog. So for those of you who don't know, I have this big beefy dog. He's like 75 pounds. He's a pit bull husky German shepherd mix, which sounds like it should be a smart dog, and he is in some ways. He's very trainable. He can sit pretty, he can do a spin, he can roll over. He's a very good dog. But he can be dumb as a brick sometimes. And he does this thing a lot where he has just like no spatial awareness. And so he'll be excited or he'll be goofy or he'll be doing something and he won't be paying attention to where he is. And he will go to turn and he will just smash his head into something, just like boom, right into like a table or the fridge or like the corner of a wall or something. And I always find myself going, oh, buddy. Like he's just done something so dumb and it probably hurt and you feel bad for him and it's kind of funny, but you're just like, oh, buddy. That was the voice and the very same phrase that I used when Sam Bankman-Fried had this exchange. Anyway, that's sort of the tone. I just want to give you and to be fair, my dog doesn't even notice when he does this. Sam Bankman-Fried's gonna notice, I think, the outcome of this particular injury. But yeah. Anyway, I felt like that sort of captured the vibe. So anyway, but I will say my dog is not guilty of massive financial fraud, to my knowledge, at least. You never know. I have been away for a couple of days. Who knows what he's been up to? Okay. So, as if Danielle Sassoon had not finished just destroying this man, She now whips out an affidavit that he filed in court, puts it up on the screen. She goes, "This is an affidavit that you filed in court, right?" And he goes, "I'm not sure." And she says, "You don't recognize it?" And he says, "I recognize the topic. I haven't read through I don't know. Sorry, I didn't read through this." Now, there was some confusion here. She asked him a couple of questions and eventually goes, "And is it your testimony that you submitted an affirmation to a court without reading it?" And he goes, "Sorry, no. I was just saying I had not just now read it. I hadn't gotten to the point of seeing what it was." And I think that actually was true. But it was just this funny moment where it was like, "What? You what?" Anyway, so he reads it. "Do you recall filing this affirmation in court?" He said, "Yes, he does." "You filed this after FTX declared bankruptcy?" "Yes." And she says, "And the purpose of this affirmation was to lay claim to the Robinhood shares, correct?" And he goes, "That wasn't how I understood it at the time." And so she reads to him from this document, "I confirm that there has been no change in the shareholding and that the shares are still legally and beneficially owned as to 90% by me and 10% by Gary Wang." She sees, he acknowledges seeing that. And as stated in this affidavit, those shares were worth about $650 million, right? And so she says, he says yes, or something thereabouts. She says, "And you were asserting that these shares belong to you, right?" And he tries to sort of get around this by saying that the shares of Emergent belonged to myself and Gary, which he says ultimately is mostly for the purposes of the bankruptcy estate. First of all, if you own the shares in a company and that company owns the shares in another company, you own the shares in that other company. It's like the transitive property. I think the jury can probably follow that. I don't think you're accomplishing what you think you're accomplishing here, my man. Anyway, besides that, he then has also said, ultimately mostly for the purposes of the bankruptcy estate. Now, for those who've been paying attention, you may recall that Sam Bankman-Fried filed this affidavit because he did not want the bankruptcy estate to have access to the Robinhood shares, which he claimed belonged to him. And now he's saying in this testimony that ultimately the shares of Emergent belong to myself and Gary, ultimately mostly for the purposes of the bankruptcy estate. So she says, here you're saying that the bankruptcy estate doesn't own the shares, you do, correct? And he goes, it is saying that they were owned according to Antiguan law by myself and Gary, yes? And he says, he says by myself and Gary, yes. The opposite of that thing that he just said. Sir. Anyway, she goes on entity control the Robinhood shares. He says that was his understanding at the time. I'm not sure if it was actually true. Now that part he's correct about because there has been some fighting over these Robinhood shares, and needless to say, they did not end up with Mr. Bankman-Fried personally. And then she finishes up with the killing blow, which is, and at the time you filed this affidavit, many FTX customers still could not access their funds that were on the exchange, right? Not a good look to be trying to get your grubby little hands on $500 million or so of these Robinhood shares when your customers are waiting in line patiently for this bankruptcy estate. There was an objection at this point by the defense. Then they said it was not relevant. The prosecutor offered to explain why it was relevant. There was a sidebar. I am now reading this sidebar, which again, so when I'm physically in the overflow room, I can't hear this. The same is true of people who are physically in the actual courtroom. They even turn on this little white noise machine so that like the only people who can hear this are like the judge, the counsel who are involved in the conversation, and then the court reporter. But it means the fact that the court reporter can hear it means that I get to read it after the fact. So basically, Danielle Sassoon says, Your Honor, it goes to intent and proof of the crimes because customers' money was spent to buy these shares, and after the bankruptcy, he was trying to get a hold of this money for himself. Cohen argues, so there was a pretrial motion that was granted by the judge where the defense has been prohibited from basically saying that, well, it's okay because Sam Bankman-Fried wanted to pay them back. Like, he's been working so hard to give them the money back, and therefore they actually haven't been impacted to the extent that people are claiming. And like I said, they've been prohibited from saying that. Judge Cohen tried to argue that the government was trying to have it both ways by having filed that pretrial motion, but then also having this argument here that he was trying to take additional money from customers. Anyway, the judge said it's not a matter of having it both ways, overruled. So he announces that it was overruled. And then she says, Mr. Bankman-Fried, at the time you asserted ownership over these shares, you were aware, weren't you, that many FTX customers were still unable to access their funds in FTX? He says, extremely aware. And isn't it true that after FTX collapsed, you considered calling the Robinhood broker to see if the broker would give you the shares without thinking about it? Oof. Oof, ouch. He says, when are you referring to? As though that matters. And then she says, after FTX declared bankruptcy, she basically just repeats the question because she had already said this. Isn't it true that you considered calling the Robinhood broker, blah, blah, blah? Yeah, my question was to hand it to the provisional liquidators. She says, that wasn't my question, Mr. Bankman-Fried. The court, the judge strikes the answer. So that means the jury is supposed to disregard that. They are not allowed to consider what he says he promised he was going to do with these Robinhood shares. She's asked to ask the question again so that he can answer it more properly this time, I guess. She does so. So again, the question for your memory is, after FTX declared bankruptcy, you considered calling the Robinhood broker to see if the broker would give you the shares without thinking about it, correct? And he says, let me remind you, he just said yes, although that was stricken, I guess, technically. Anyway, now he says, I didn't actually consider doing that. And then she says the scary words, which is, can you pull up government exhibit number? And they do. And it's a document which he has written, and he acknowledged that he wrote. It was written on December 25th, 2022. Merry Christmas. He seemed to be having a wonderful one. And it's heavily redacted. So it's not clear what this document was. It seems to be some sort of to-do list or like note to self or something like that. These guys love writing down their crimes. And it says, there's like a number 3, and then it says, should I try calling up the broker, Hood is the ticker for Robinhood, Hood is with, and see if they'll just give me the shares without thinking about it? And he says, I see that. And that was as close as he could get to admitting all of this. This went so badly for him. Like, this was probably the worst part of the day for Sam Bankman-Fried. There are many bad parts to choose from, but this was really rough. Like, he just tried to get out of it, and everything just looked so bad. He basically lied at one point. Like, oh my God, it went so bad. Oh, buddy, yeah. What else? Oh, I have a funny note where at one point she asks him, you knew that, I think in June? Yeah, you knew in June that lenders were recalling loans And he tries to caveat it, like, I knew that some fraction of loans were being recalled. After a couple more questions, it becomes clear that some fraction of the loans was at least $1 billion. Like, who would technically 10 over 10 is a fraction, right? 9 over 10 is some fraction. But that's not what that phrase usually means, Like, buddy, you know they have the numbers. What are you trying to do? He tried to deny knowing that repaying Alameda Research's lenders would involve borrowing from FTX. Not very believable, but it's worth a shot. Just grabbing a quote. Oh, there's an exhibit that I want to get access to, and I don't think I have access to. Let me just quickly. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. So the exhibit, just sorry to explain why I was just typing away. The exhibit that I'm referring to is actually just a news article. And so I was able to just Google the quote and find the news article, even though the exhibits haven't been published yet. It was an FT article by Joshua Oliver, which came up several times today. I think after Zeke Fox's new book. This probably was the most mentioned source. I'll put it in the chat just for funsies in case anyone wants to play along, read along. They are asking, yeah, so this is around whether or not paying back the loans whether or not paying back Alameda Research's lenders recalling the loans would require him to dip into FTX customer funds. And he's at several points now said he doesn't think that was happening. He his memory of the meeting doesn't, at some meeting doesn't even involve recalling customer fund or recalling loans. They go back to this interview to try to establish that he was fully aware that trying to pay back these loans in June of 2022 would involve using FTX customer funds. He tried to imply that there was like missing context or something like that. I don't remember exactly what I said to him or the context. I did not believe that Alameda did need to borrow from FTX in order to process the loan repayments. And so they pull up this document, and there's this quote in the document, which I will pull right now, where he says he recalled at least one meeting in FTX's Nassau office following the crypto market crash in May, where staff said that Alameda's access to third-party loans was being cut back and it might need to borrow more from FTX. And so Sam Bankman-Fried first says, I'm not sure what that's referring to. And now Danielle Sassoon just says, we can take that down. She's clearly going to move along. He says, among other things, it says may. And the judge says, there's no question pending, Mr. Bankman-Fried. And he goes, understood, sorry. Again, very deferential, like, But like, June is after May. Like, a meeting after the May market crash could very reasonably be in June. Like, that is not undercutting her point at all. Like, what are you trying to do? He had this like demeanor where he was like, gotcha, It was like, okay, so now you've pissed off the judge and you didn't make a point. Like, great, you're doing great, man. Oh yeah, there's a good quote here. So she's now talking about, again, these same meetings where they're talking about repaying these loans, um, and whether or not he decided, in his words, to extend Alameda more credit. He says he doesn't remember it exactly like that. She says, okay, well, how do you remember it? She says, he says, my memory is that the level of credit utilization by Alameda did not substantially increase. She says, so yes or no, do you recall saying that you decided to extend Alameda more credit at this time? And he says a quote that honestly, like, if you take one quote away as representative of today, he says, I don't recall saying that. I'm not sure. I didn't say something sort of like that. Like, what are you doing? All right, how are we doing? We're almost there. So now they pull from Zeke Fox's book for the fourth time, and I take a note where I'm wondering if Michael Lewis is mad that his book hasn't been repeatedly referenced in court, because I bet he is. I bet he's mad. I'd be mad. Oh yeah, so there's a point where, again, they're talking about these lenders. Sam Bankman-Fried agrees to repay the lenders. Did you know that this put the FTX exchange at risk? And he again tries to dodge this. He's like, that's not how I was thinking of it. I didn't think the odds of that were significant. She's like, that's not my question. Did you acknowledge that this puts the exchange at risk? And he basically is trying to say that, like, okay, sure, there was some risk, but I didn't think it was likely. And she's just like, yes or no, was there risk? And he's like, I mean, I wouldn't say it was 0% risk. And it's like, so there was risk. Like, he didn't want to answer it. And it was so clear that he didn't want to answer it. This was weird. I don't know what was going on with this part. This was one of the last very notable portions of the day. And I'm still somewhat baffled by this. So we're talking about risk again. This is a continuation of the previous conversation about the degree, whether or not there was risk that Alameda might not be able to repay its debts to FTX. And he's trying to be like, I don't think it was likely, it was not zero risk, but not significant risk. I did not at that time think the odds of that were significant. And so she's like, so when you say you didn't know at the time that the odds were significant, you understood that that was a risk, correct? And he says, there's always a risk with margin trading that there would be clawbacks. And she says, that's not my question, Mr. Bankman-Fried. My question is whether in June of 2022, you knew that there was a risk that Alameda specifically might not be able to repay its debts to FTX. And he says, I don't remember thinking of it that way. If you'd asked me, I wouldn't have said that 0 was the right number then or ever for margin trading. I didn't think of there as being a significant risk at this point in time, but I would not have said that there was absolutely no risk. Now, let me remind you, there have been several minutes of him saying something to this effect, and he's just like, we all know that any number that is not 0 is some amount of risk, but he will not acknowledge that. And she goes, Mr. Bankman-Fried, I didn't ask you about margin trading. I am asking about Alameda's debt to FTX and whether you understood in June of 2022 that there was a risk that Alameda could not repay that debt. He again says, I didn't think there was significant risk, but I wouldn't have said there was no risk. And then she says something that we get into this sort of side detour that I am still baffled by. She goes, just to be clear, Mr. Bankman-Fried, taking money from FTX to pay back lenders, that's not margin trading, is it? And he says, I don't think that's what happened. And I'm also not saying that's not margin trading. And so then the court says, would you please answer the question? The court being the judge, sorry. He says, I'm not sure I agree. I don't think I agree. And I think Danielle Sassoon was like visibly confused. Like she looks like bewildered a little bit. She goes, if Alameda took money off FTX to repay its lenders, that's not a margin trade, correct? And he says, I'm not sure I agree with that. So then she uses her signature phrase, it's your testimony that that's a margin trade. He says, it's my testimony that it depends on the details, but that very well could be a margin trade. I'm sorry, it's a hypothetical. I'm speculating here. And now she's pretty good at cross-examination. She goes, you are the CEO of FTX, right? And he goes, yeah. She says, and you know what margin trading is, correct? And he says, yeah. I'm telling you that this is him. He says, yeah, I'm telling you that sounds like a margin trade to me, but it is speculative, so I don't know what to say about that. She continues, well, this is the question, Mr. Bankman-Fried. Is withdrawing money from FTX to repay a lender within your definition of a margin trade? And he says, potentially, yeah. I can explain if you want. And then this is the maddest I have ever been at Danielle Sassoon, because she did not allow him to explain. And I desperately need to know how that could possibly be a margin trade. She ruined my day. Oh, anyway, that was so weird. I know his weird brain does weird things where he will redefine things in ways that have no connection to their original meaning. But how the fuck he manages to describe that as a margin trade, I am so confused. And like, I get it. She doesn't want him going off on something crazy, but like, couldn't you just let me have that? Damn it, Danielle. Oh, and then we get to the infamous spreadsheet with it's got the main balance sheet, which is like the real one, and then it's got 7 other tabs with alternate balance sheets that, according to Caroline Ellison, she was directed by Sam Bankman-Fried to prepare. Sam Bankman-Fried, of course, does not agree with that. So they pull it up. It's got there's like one alternate balance sheet that he says looks familiar to him, which is alternate 7. And that's the one that Caroline Ellison testified that they ultimately sent to, I believe it was Genesis, which was one of their lenders. And so he says that he recalls seeing alternate 7. He's very cagey about the whole thing, and how, like, he remembers that tab. He doesn't remember if there were maybe other tabs. He says he doesn't recall ever seeing the main tab, which is critically the one that reflects the $9.9 billion that Alameda Research had at that time been borrowing from FTX, which also showed, and there was also an entry on that main tab that showed that Alameda had like $5-something million in the bank. So like, bit of a difference on that. He was being super evasive about whether or not he received the balance sheet with all these tabs in it, as though maybe she had just sent him like the one tab in a different spreadsheet or something like that. And who knows, like maybe he never knew that there were all these alternate balance sheets. He is just a big dumb baby and he didn't know what she was doing. Well, unfortunately for him, they have the spreadsheet metadata that I guess they were able to get onto the record. I'm a little confused about this. They brought in this guy from Google who was, I think his title was records custodian. And he basically testified that like this metadata that they have in front of them is accurate. Like it came from these Google Docs and, you know, it wasn't tampered with, or I don't even really know what he was testifying to. But critically, he was not testifying to like what the metadata means. And so I guess they're just assuming that, like, maybe JSON metadata is, like, easy enough for the average person to read to be able to infer what it means. I think Sam Bankman-Fried is hoping that it isn't, because they pull up on this exhibit screen just this, it's like a raw JSON file, which for those of you who don't familiar or who are not familiar, it's like, it's not code, but it's like, it's not superhuman readable, right? It's got curly braces and it's like this little, it's a little hard to explain, but it's like not the most readable thing. And so she has him read off the screen. Let me just pull it up. Yeah, so she says, now by the time you testified, you knew that the government had obtained Google metadata showing that you had viewed the spreadsheet on June 19, 2022. Isn't that right? He answers, I'm not sure how to interpret the metadata. She says, yes or no, Mr. Bankman-Fried. And the judge says, you were not asked how to interpret the metadata. She asks again, basically, you knew by the time you testified that the Google metadata showed that you viewed the spreadsheet. His defense attorney tries to object again, and the judge says, what's the objection? He says it's the same. So I didn't mention this, but he had objected once before for that this lacked foundation. The judge overruled him. The court or the prosecutor asked the question again. The defense attorney objected again, and the judge said, what's the objection? And the defense attorney said, same objection, Your Honor. And the judge said, same ruling. And so Bankman-Fried tried to be sort of evasive about it, but said, I know that there was metadata that suggested that I may have viewed it. So I guess maybe he's hoping that, like, the fact that his name is in this metadata in the view section is not sufficient without some guy coming in and being paid presumably $1,000 an hour to say that that's what that means. Frustrating. They should have just stipulated to this, but they wouldn't. And so they had to fly this guy in from Google to do this. This was the same day that the judge got really mad that they had to fly in that guy from Texas. Was he the metadata guy? I think that was the metadata guy, actually. It may have been from Texas. This was the day that they had all these random people who, like, should not have had to be there, but because they wouldn't stipulate to stuff, they had to show up. All right. Almost finished. Oh, yeah. So this is the part. They go into the document about shutting down Alameda Research, where Bankman-Fried is like, he's written this weird document about how maybe they should shut down Alameda, and he, like, shared it with Gary Wong and Nishad Singh, but not with Caroline Ellison, because I guess they were not getting along or something like that, which, like, yikes. Ultimately, there's this game of telephone where I think Nishad was the one who finally gave it to Caroline, or talked about it with Caroline or whatever, but, like, anyway. They ask him about why he was thinking about shutting down Alameda Research, and one of the reasons that he puts in this document is that there is this PR cost to running Alameda Research. And she basically asks him what he meant by that. And she says, one thought you had was to replace Alameda with Modulo Capital, which, for those of you who are not familiar, is a different trading firm, which is run by a different one of Sam Bankman-Fried's ex-girlfriends, which Sam Bankman-Fried had invested, I forget if it was 400 million in, I think it was 400 million in Modulo over the objections of Caroline Ellison, who did not want him to do that. In fact, Caroline Ellison testified earlier in this trial that she is something like she wanted to crush Modulo or something. Like, there was a clear personal animosity between Caroline Ellison and Modulo Capital. And it was like, just, oh my God, it's the weirdest fucking Shakespearean thing where there are all these trading firms and he's dated all the women who run them and he wants them all to vie for his affections or something like that. It's very weird. Anyway, he wrote in this document that one of the reasons that he wanted Modulo to potentially replace Alameda on FTX was this, quote, much lower PR cost than Alameda. And he'd also written in this document that, quote, the PR hit from Alameda and FTX, both existing, is really large. And she says, and the difference between Alameda and Modulo was that it was not as publicly known that you owned a big piece of Modulo, right? And he says, that wasn't the only difference. And she says, but in fact, you did own a large piece of Modulo, correct? And he says, significant, though far smaller than Alameda. And he tries to get around this. Like, he's saying the PR, she's asking, okay, but the PR hit is because you potentially might have been involved in both FTX and Alameda. He says that's maybe some of it. I'm not really sure why the PR was so bad. Dude, you are aware. And then she says, well, you understood that people considered it suspicious that you owned FTX and also Alameda, a customer on FTX. And he says, yes. And that's because as the owner of Alameda, you would profit if Alameda profited, right? Yes. And if Alameda had special privileges on FTX, you would ultimately profit, right? And he's like, it depends. Well, that's part of the conflict of interest that you were often addressing, right? Yes. So that didn't go very well, I didn't think. Especially because, basically she was making the point that, like, you were suggesting shutting down Alameda Research and replacing it with Modulo Capital. You wanted to shut down the trading firm that you owned a significant stake in and that was run by your ex-girlfriend. And you wanted to replace it with the trading firm that you owned a significant stake in and that was run by your ex-girlfriend. And that's going to fix the conflict of interest issues here. Like, it was clearly just that people didn't know that he had this connection to Modulo, because at the time, like, this, I don't think the Modulo investment came out until after FTX fell apart. Like, I don't think it was disclosed anywhere that Alameda had made this investment, as far as I can recall. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure that's right. Oh yeah. So at this point, this is the very last portion of it. And it was a fun note to end on, I thought. Let me just get there. My search is being annoying. Okay. Where did it go? Oh, there we go. All right. So they finished talking about that. There's a little bit of back and forth around not being able to shut down Alameda. Alameda was a market, whether or not Alameda was a large market maker on the exchange. I'm not really sure what they were going for on this. And then they start asking about this portion of testimony, or was it earlier this morning? Yes, earlier this morning. So he testified earlier this morning about a conversation he'd had with Nishad, Gary, and Caroline, where they all discussed that Alameda had a liability of about $10 billion. He says yes. Where did that conversation happen? He says, I remember at least something roughly to that extent happening in an in-person conversation. At which point she catches him saying, didn't you just testify this morning that you couldn't remember whether it was in person or on Signal? And he tries to, like, squeak around it by being like, I don't remember exactly which conversation you're referring to. There was a in-person conversation, and there may have also been Signal chats. I don't remember. But, like, that was a rough note, because at that point, the prosecution says, Your Honor, this is a natural point for me to break. And we end. And, like, we leave the jury on Bankman-Fried contradicting his own testimony from that very same day, which is a rough sort of taste to be left in the mouth of the jury, I think. So, yeah, it was a very sudden ending. Not a great one, especially because we just finished this whole Alameda Modulo thing, which also was not a great... I mean, there would have been no good point, I guess, to end on today. But anyway, so we wrapped up. It was like 4:30 at this point. They had a brief conversation after this about just timing. So for those who were curious, prosecution expects another 2 hours or less of cross-examination, expects for sure to be finished before lunch. Then there will be redirect from the defense team, which they expect will take an hour or two, and then they'll be done. The government is going to bring a rebuttal case, and they intend to call 1 or 2 witnesses. They expect both of those witnesses will take less than 30 minutes. There was some conversation about these witnesses. So they disclosed the 2 witnesses to the to the defense, because the defense needs to get advance notice and then object or whatever. One of them is an FBI data analyst who I believe is being brought in to rebut the remember Mr. Pimbley? the guy who, and actually I have a story about Mr. Pimbley. Anyone watching, please remind me to tell the story about Mr. Pimbley, because this is funny. But Dr. Pimbley, I believe, he has a PhD, is the guy who they paid, I think he was paid like $500,000 to do this. I thought it was $50,000, but I was doing math on paper, which I have not had to do in a really long time. I think, hang on. No, okay, my math was right. My math was right. Oh, wait, no, it's in my other notebook. I had it written down as $50,000. The guy next to me said it was $500,000, and I was like, that's fucking insane. It was $50,000, which is still insane because he was just running some SQL queries. Like, I got to get into this expert witness stuff because that's a good gig. Anyway, he was the one who made those charts that showed it was like Alameda Research's line of credit over time. And then there were the pie charts that showed the proportion of customers who had, it was like basically one section, the bigger section of the pie chart was the customers who had spot margin lending, or any futures activity. And then the rest of it was like, and everybody else. Anyway, they want to bring this FBI data analyst to rebut some of that. I'm a little surprised, honestly, because I thought the cross-examiner tore that guy apart. Like, it did not go well for him. Like, they pointed out all these things that he omitted. Like, the Alameda line of credit did not have fiat in it. It didn't have our Korean friend. Like, it was missing these glaring things. And so it's a little bit weird that they feel the need to do this, but like, hey, why not? They've got the time. And then they also want to bring in a person named Zachary Allen, who is an employee of this company called Apollo. And so Apollo is the firm, it's the investment firm that had the phone call with Bankman-Fried that reportedly prompted Can's son, or his conversation with Can's son, where he had Can's son come up with all these like plausible legal explanations for why there might be this huge hole in Alameda's balance sheet. I guess they're going to pull in Zachary Allen, and that should be interesting. I mean, I don't know what they're going to say. You know, I mean, Bankman-Fried, the only testimony today really that Bankman-Fried gave was that basically he had this call with Apollo. They wanted to know more about this $8 billion liability. And then he went for this walk and had this conversation with Can's son, who he said explained to him the various buckets of customer funds and which of those could potentially have gone towards this $8 billion liability. And then Bankman-Fried testified that basically he recounted that conversation to Apollo. He also said that Can's son was not, whoa, yikes, there goes my notebook, got it. He said that Can-sun was not on the call, and so I guess they can't bring in. I mean, Can-sun already testified, and so he would not have been able to speak to anything that happened on the call. So maybe there's something that happened on the call that they want to bring in. I don't really know. Anyway, there was some objection from the defense around this data analyst, the FBI data analyst. They didn't know who she was. They objected to the short testimony or the short notice. The judge did not seem very sympathetic towards that argument. Like they, what did he say? The disclosures that they had to review it was like 2 pages of an expert disclosure and then 1 spreadsheet with 2 charts. But they're like, we want to have Mr. Pimbley take a look at this, so that we know that we're understanding it correctly. And they were like, we may have an objection to the witness. This is short notice. And the judge was like, listen, if you have an objection, make the objection tomorrow. But like, you can't expect something other than short notice when you're planning to rest your case tomorrow. Like, So anyway, that's going to happen tomorrow. We'll see whether or not the objection is sustained, but I did not get the impression that the judge was considering that particularly strongly. Obviously, it'll be brought up later. Okay, I want to go back to Mr. Pimbley real quick. Let me just pull up. Oh, fuck, what's the... I'm so bad with names. I'm sorry. There's a journalist. Someone help me here. There's a journalist who writes for Future, and I can usually give you his name right off the top of my head, and I'm blanking on it right now. Not Future, sorry, Fortune. Leo Schwartz. There we go. Jesus Christ. I just want to make sure I'm not misquoting someone, so just give me a hot second here. Oh my God. The problem about searching anything on Twitter that's from this trial is you get 800 tweets that are from Inner City Press, who, bless him, is doing a great job of live tweeting this, but like, it makes it hard to find stuff sometimes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I noticed this in a previous Mr. Pimbley's introduction. They went through this extremely lengthy discussion of this gentleman's work history, and he's on the older side, so he had quite a long career to go through, and they went through all of it, starting from when he was working at like a semiconductor company, which is not relevant to what we were talking about. Anyway, he worked, among other places, for a company called ACA Capital, where he testified that he had focused on CDOs, which are collateralized debt obligations, which may ring a bell for some of you who are familiar with the financial crisis in 2008. And I noticed this during his testimony. I thought that was a little weird. I would suspect that our juror friend who has the investment background also sort of knows the implications of the idea of CDOs. I suspect that at least a couple of the jurors do too, because I think that more or less entered the mainstream lexicon after 2008. But not only that, apparently ACA Capital went bankrupt in 2007, and he was the one making the models basically that, like, I guess eventually bankrupted the company or something like that. I'm getting this secondhand from Twitter, but it's, in fairness, it's from the Twitter account of a financial journalist at the AP. So, like, it's not that bad of a source. Anyway, not the most incredible thing for Mr. Pimbley, Dr. Pimbley's credibility, although obviously there's no way the jury is going to figure this out. You know, it's not like, I mean, I would be surprised if they brought it up on rebuttal or something like that. It just seems rude, but I guess he has made a nice career for himself as an expert witness now, which good for him. So anyway, that was today. I think that's all I have to report. If anyone has questions or anything like that about today, I said I would take questions at the end, and I'm happy to do so. Otherwise, thank you for hanging out, but I'll definitely hang out for a little bit longer in case anyone has anything they would like to bring up. Yeah, so I am sticking around. I'll be here tomorrow, and I'm feeling optimistic about the chances of catching the rest of the interesting stuff. Given the time estimates, the prosecution has been fairly accurate with their estimates in time. It's the defense that usually goes long. So 2 hours for cross tomorrow. The defense will do whatever they can to try to save Sam Bankman-Fried from the flaming wreckage of that cross-examination. And then I guess we'll have a rebuttal case, which I'm sure will go well. Yeah. So that should be crazy. Did I see Michael Lewis after Sam Bankman-Fried's cross? No. I did not. I saw him. He was in my overflow room briefly this morning, but then I think he got into the actual courtroom. He, like I said, he and Ben McKenzie are famous enough that they can just like go into the courtroom. So when is my flight? That's a great question. I think it's at like 7. So I might have to leave. Yeah, I might have to leave the courtroom a little early, or the courthouse a little early, but I shouldn't miss much. They usually wrap up by like 4:30, so it won't be that much. Oh, and there's some question around whether or not trial will go into Friday. So, even if things go according to plan tomorrow, there's still a charge conference that has to happen. There's still closing arguments that have to happen. Part of me feels like they estimated how long closing arguments would take. Or no, that might have been last week. I've just got piles of notebooks over here. I bought 2 new notebooks yesterday, these guys, but I actually think I will be good with just one. How much did I use? Oh yeah, I'm good. I used probably a third of it, maybe even like a quarter. The one problem is that this is it's blank, my other one was dot ruled. And so I've been going a little off script, I guess, but not too bad. Let me just see. I feel like they estimated time on closing, and I remember it being longer than I expected. And I remember there were like audible groans in my overflow room from some onlookers who I guess didn't want that. Yeah, here it is. The government estimated 2 or 3 hours for closing arguments plus rebuttal. And then the defense estimated around the same. So like the charge conference they've expected may be quite long. So the chances of this, the judge was really hoping that everything, that everyone could be finished, witnesses done, arguments done, etc., and then they could give it to the jury on like Thursday, because they're not supposed to have court on Friday. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. They're hoping that maybe they could have court on Friday, even though they weren't initially supposed to. But evidently, there's a juror who has a flight on Friday that they really don't want to cancel, and there's another juror that had some other conflict that I'm not recalling. So it's not clear to me that that's going to happen. So maybe next week before that happens, and then who knows how long the jury is going to take. It could be quick, it could be forever. It's hard to say. Are they going in as friends of the accused? I don't know. Michael Lewis very well might be. I would be surprised if Ben McKenzie was. I'm pretty sure Ben McKenzie just has an in with the bailiff. But Michael Lewis may be going in as a friend, because from what I've read, he was like having dinner with Bankman-Fried's parents, and like he's tight with them. But I don't think Ben McKenzie does not have a high opinion of Sam Bankman-Fried, and I suspect that his parents and Sam Bankman-Fried would not be like, oh yeah, he's my bud. But who knows? Maybe they love Gotham or the OC or something like that. Yeah, I've heard the juror with the investment background is a colleague of Michael Lewis. That's fascinating. I don't know if that or how that would affect the jury, but have I had any good New York City eats? I have. I was doing poorly about having good food on courtroom days because I was just like eating something as quickly as I could and then like getting a sandwich from the courtroom cafeteria at lunchtime and then like finding whatever was open at 10:30. But this weekend I was able to be a little more intentional about food, and so I got some street meat from a halal cart, which I'd been wanting for a long time because that shit's good. And then what did I have for dinner? Oh, and then I got soup dumplings, which I love and which can be hard to find. And then yesterday, I forget what I had for lunch, but I had a ramen for dinner, which was very good. Oh, and bubble tea. I really like bubble tea, and there are like a bajillion bubble tea places because I'm staying kind of near Chinatown, and so it's like there's three but like bubble tea places on every street, and that's amazing. So that was very good. Your wife wants to know about my earrings. I don't know where I got these earrings, honestly. I like them too, though. I wear them a lot. Has covering this trial helped me figure out what's next after the Harvard fellowship ends? Nope. But tomorrow is my last day of that, so rest in peace. Reliable income. It was nice knowing you. Yeah, I'm planning to just keep doing the Substack for the next 2 months or so and seeing how that goes financially. Partly because I don't have a lot of information about what my Substack income will look like. That I should know a lot more in the next week or two, because I started the Substack almost exactly a year or so ago, which means that and there was sort of a substantial, bunch of signups right at the beginning, and so I am expecting at least that a fair number of those people will be prompted to auto renew for a year and will decide not to, just because there's always drop off when people are asked to auto renew something. And so it's hard to say like what that will do to my expected income or whatever. And so I should know more about that in the not too distant future, at which point I should be able to make slightly more informed decisions around how my income will be looking and whether or not I'll be able to pay my bills, etc. And then it's also kind of annoying for anyone who works in software, like it's hard to get a job in December because everyone's on vacation the whole month. And so if I want to like get a software job or if I want to do freelancing or something, I'll probably just start that in January and see whatever. So anyway, long story short, no idea what I'm going to do, but I'm going to take a couple months and just do some writing and chill out a little bit. I realized I haven't like had a vacation in like, well, since I started the fellowship, really. I guess I technically wasn't working prior to that. So that was kind of a vacation in a way, as much as being unemployed is a vacation. But it was a very intentional unemployment, so that counts. So yeah, I'm going to take a little time off. in my writing hand. I'm actually kind of amazed at my hand stamina because I literally write basically without stop from the beginning to the end of the trial. And normally my hand hurts even just writing like a page of text, but somehow I must have, I don't know. Anyway, I'm doing great. My hand feels great. The only problem honestly is just this knuckle gets sore from, I guess I just like it into the notebook too hard or something. How excited am I to see my dog again? I'm so excited. I miss my beautiful boy. Um, he's perfect in every way, and I miss him. He apparently has been on a little bit of a hunger strike because I had the audacity to buy him slightly cheaper food. Um, which was not it was not intentional. It was because they were out of his usual food. Like he's got his cans that he usually eats, which he's only been eating because he's on hunger strike from his kibbles. He's so spoiled. Anyway, he ran out of his cans, and so I bought him like the next best thing. Well, apparently that was not sufficient for my spoiled boy. And so my poor dog sitter had to go and find his usual kinds of food so that he would deign to eat again. Anyway, but yeah, I miss him so terribly. Yeah. What else? Am I dressing up for Halloween in the overflow room? I was thinking it would be very funny if Judge Kaplan, who's like pretty straight-laced, takes no shit, if he showed up in like full costume, that would be hilarious. There's no way that's gonna happen, but I would love to see it. Um, I am not going to be dressing up. I doubt anyone will be. I don't think there's any formal dress code. I usually wear this. It's like black t-shirt, blazer, and then just jeans. And I'm not the best dressed there, but I'm not the worst dressed there. Like there was definitely one person in sweatpants there today. So like there isn't a dress code, but I'm not sure if they would let you in a Halloween costume. It's just what I'll say. Unless your Halloween costume was like pretty close to normal clothes. But like if I showed up with like something crazy, I'm not sure they'd let me in. I should live stream more often. Well, I don't know what I would talk about a lot of the time because like when you come out of a day of trial, there's a lot to talk about, but like most of the time I'm just doing my writing. But I do enjoy it. It's fun. This does not count as a vacation. No, I'm tired. I don't travel well. Let me just say, traveling makes me very tired. Um, and like if I travel and then I go home, I usually get sick for one. I'm just one of those people who it's not even like I'm bad about germs. Like I wear a mask on the plane, like I do my thing. But like it's like my immune system is like as soon as I get home, it's like, fuck you. How dare you do that to me? I'm giving you a cold. So I probably will get sick when I get home from this. Although I hope not, because I'm supposed to go to Wikimedia conference next week. So pray for me. But yeah, so anyway, I get very tired when I travel, so I avoid it. Plus, I have to leave my beloved dog. My voice has held up well today. Maybe I'm building stamina. Um, Scrolling back up because this stupid chat won't go away. Get someone to film my homecoming. That'd be cute. My dog is going to follow me for several days. I don't think you know my dog. My dog follows me even when we've been together for months. He's a Velcro dog. Am I going on Crypto Critics Corner anytime soon? Stay tuned. I was talking to someone today about how I think that US judges are really missing out on the wig thing. They should have the wigs. Why don't they have the wigs? Someone should trick SBF into thinking a costume is mandatory. That'd be mean. The poor guy's having a rough time up there. We don't need that. Yes, there is a link in the description if you'd like to support my work. That would be lovely, but otherwise that's fine too. I was in line today. So like you go through security and then you just wait in this long line to get let into the overflow rooms. And so we all just hang out and chat and get to know each other in the line. And there was this person next to me in line who also has a Substack, unrelated to crypto, was just there for interest, I guess, who was trying to convince me that it's worth paywalling my Substack. And I was like, I appreciate it. And I appreciate your advice. This was me thinking this. I didn't say this. I was just like, yeah, thanks. I was like, I appreciate your advice, but like, I hate paywalls so much that I'm like the last person you're going to convince to paywall my shit. Like I've been on the Wikipedia open access train for so long that I just don't think I could live with myself. But it was very nice of him to offer me advice. Oh God, it's been 4 hours. You guys are fucking champions. I know. No, I'm in the same time zone. This does not count as travel. My flight was like under an hour, and I'm still like, oh, this is so tiring. And I sleep well. It's not like I don't sleep when I travel. I sleep great. No, I am not going to get up at the crack of significantly before dawn to get into the main courtroom because I have to stay awake during the day and then fly home, and then I have to drive. And I do not care to crash my car because I have been awake for, I mean, literally, like, not even kidding you, there were people there at 10 p.m. Sunday night to wait for yesterday, and it's 10:15 now. So, like, there might be people there right now lining up for tomorrow if it's anything like today. And it's not raining tonight. At least I don't think it is, but it was last night, and people were still there. Can I comment on Elon Musk's Wikipedia hatred while we're still here? Yeah. He doesn't like that he can't control the narrative, and so he's going all conspiracy theorist and saying that someone paid him, someone paid to have a bad article written about him or something like that. He claims to sort of like the ethos of Wikipedia because of his whole community notes thing, but he really does not like the ethos of Wikipedia, and there's nothing he can do about it, which is great. I honestly am surprised that he has not put basically revenge censorship into his Starlink satellites. Not even kidding. I hope he's not listening to this because I'm afraid to give him ideas, but like, he's so like vengeful about the people that he'll kick off Twitter. Like, I could see him being like, you know what? Wikipedia is too woke. I'm going to make it so that anyone using Starlink doesn't get access to it or something like that. Atlas stream. It would mostly just be him sleeping. Dress up like Sam. I gotta get an FTX t-shirt. I'm sure there's some on eBay or something. What's the Wikipedia conference? Oh, that's Wiki Conference North America, which is in Toronto, which I am excited about. And I lost my place again. There we go. You like my voiceovers? Oh, good. Great. I'm glad. I've enjoyed doing them. I'm thinking of maybe putting together just a podcast feed. Don't get excited. Not starting a podcast, but like just using, like the RSS thing so that people don't have to necessarily come through Substack to get it. Cause I know it's kind of weird, but so you could just get it on your like podcast app. So when I get a hot minute, I might try to do that. I think that might go over well. So that'd be fun. Patreon for dog pictures. I give that shit away for free. You painted a wall while listening to me. That rules. As someone who only gets chores done because I get to listen to Critical Role while I do my chores, I very much understand wanting to have someone just talk at you in the background. Will Lewis spin this cross is good for Sam? I mean, okay, so one thing I will say, it was not as bad as Thursday. Thursday went really badly, I thought, and today was better. That doesn't mean today was good. Today went really badly. But Michael Lewis, I think, was there on Thursday. In fact, I know he was there on Thursday because he was in my overflow room at one point. And so he might feel like it went well today, at least sort of in a relative sense. So we'll see. But I have actually yet to listen to his podcast, so I can't really opine on that. But I've heard that he has been quite positive. Someone said something about task rabbiting to stand in line. So this has been suggested to me before. I didn't want to do it because, one, it feels rude to the TaskRabbit person to make them do that. I mean, I guess they're getting paid, but like, God, that sucks, right? But two, it also just seems like kind of against the spirit of the whole thing. And there's this sort of funny camaraderie that has developed among people. I mean, I've only been here for a couple days, but there's this sort of funny camaraderie that has developed among the people who are attending this trial. And I was talking to a journalist about it today in line, and we had this really funny conversation about it because, like, in some ways, people are very kind and wonderful to one another in the sense that, like, people will watch your bag, or if you're not sure about a quote, they'll give you the right quote, or just stuff like that. Like, people will share candy with you if they've got extra candy or whatever it is. Like, and everyone's super nice. Like, even the super pro crypto people are super nice to me, even though they know exactly where I stand on things. So there's this sort of funny, like, friendship almost that's developed. But on some things, there is a vicious rivalry. People are very reticent to tell you what their scoop is, not scoop, their take is, their what the theme of their writing for that day is going to be. They will not let you cut in line. Not that I've tried, but they certainly won't. They might try to cut in line with you. I've heard of people getting basically elbowed out of the way for some of the better seating, and don't even think about asking someone what time they got in line because it is a closely guarded secret, which I have been sort of letting slip. But in fairness, I don't think any of you are trying to show up. So whatever. Plus, actually, in fairness, all of the times that I've mentioned to you have already been published elsewhere. But like, if you ask, like the first day, I was like trying to ask some people what time they showed up. And some people who I sort of already knew were like, don't tell anyone, but I showed up at 3. But most people were like, I'm not going to tell you, because the idea was like, if you tell, then other people are going to try to show up at that time and it'll just push the time forward, which is of course what happens anyway. But it's just funny that, like, there's sort of this funny, like, code around the people who show up. Whoa, my poor little scroll bar. Yes, I have heard the wig smell. That came up in the conversation this morning. I should start a podcast. Yeah, there's someone who's been here who's repeatedly suggested that I do that. And it just seems like so much work, especially if you have a podcast that isn't just you talking into a microphone, but like requires you to book guests and stuff like that. That seems so tiring. Plus, I'm one of those people who hates, this is going to be ironic because I've been talking to you for 4 hours, but I hate phone calls. Somehow a phone call and doing a YouTube live stream are two very different things in my mind. But like, I hate even like calling a restaurant to make a reservation. I hate it. And so like doing a podcast, especially one where I have to talk to someone, like as if I was talking to them on the phone, sounds like my personal hell. It sounds fun, but like, it sounds like a lot. What's my favorite language to code in? Well, it depends what I'm doing. I mostly write JavaScript. I do Python for like scripty stuff. I hate JavaScript in the same way that everyone who writes JavaScript hates JavaScript, but I do love JavaScript. You can do so much with it. I just think I love the web, and so if you love the web, you have to love JavaScript, and you can make cool shit with it. But Python is like my quick and dirty. Just need to analyze some, I don't know, CSV or something like that. I'll use Python for that. Yeah, I'm a critter. I fucking love Critical Role. I am behind, so if any of you spoils, Bell's House for me. You gotta come in. I'm way behind on Bell's House, so no spoilers. I will ban you. That's the only retribution I have. I will ban you from this YouTube chat. Yeah. I'm literally always happy to talk about Critical Role as long as you don't spoil it for me. Love it. Love it. So good. Crypto Critics Corner was talking about reenacting funny moments of this case. Fuck yeah. I could probably do a Danielle Sassoon. What's my preferred Twitter like? Oh, God, that's a good question. Twitter is still my main platform, just because, and not because I like it, I assure you, but there's still some of my favorite people are on there still, and I interact with them there. I think I like Mastodon the best, just in terms of the platform itself. It's open source. It's not run by crypto creeps. It's not run by Elon Musk, thank God. But it's also the hardest to use, and I feel like has only I don't know, it's got a very different subset of people on it than I maybe see on Blue Sky. And then Blue Sky is still a very walled garden. You still need the code to get in, which I hate. And the functionality is not there yet. Like I can't get notifications really because it's all or nothing, and all is a lot. But I like the vibe there. It's a bunch of weirdos, which is like, it's like if you distilled Twitter shit posters and just put them in a little weird enclave. And I like that a lot. So, have I written a wiki page? And if so, which one is notable? I've written many a wiki page. What are some good ones? One of the first substantial wiki pages that I've written was on the Satanic Bible, which made a lot of sort of right-wingers who had issues with me already think I was a Satanist for a while, which was fun because, like, why bother correcting them, right? Just let them think I'm a Satanist. I did a lot of article on incel, actually, weirdly enough. What else? There was one article. I have a whole list of ones that I created on my website, or that I created or substantially contributed to. I feel like there was. Oh, well, technically I created the article on Web3. I guess that's probably one of the more notable ones. I created the article on actual play, which is the genre of podcast that Critical Role falls in. I couldn't believe there was not an article on that. Yeah. Those are some of the more interesting ones, probably. I've done a lot of writing about, like, American political right-wing movements. So, like, I created the articles, for better or for worse, on the Boogaloo movement and on Groypers, but I don't really actively maintain those anymore. Anyway, those are some of them. What else? Get some poutine in Toronto? You know I will. I love poutine. Yes, I have been doing Wikipedia for more than half my life, which is kind of terrifying when you think about it. Oh gosh, my goddamn chat keeps scrolling down. All right, we're back. Himbley was an executive VP at ACA Capital. Yep. Yeah, I don't think he was like the owner, but he was fairly well known. Not well known, fairly high up there. Has there been some animosity / tension in the courtroom at times? Not in the overflow rooms, where everyone is sort of enjoying the spectacle to some extent. I'm sure things are a lot different in the actual courtroom, especially where people are trying to be respectful, not only to the judge, but like Sam Bankman-Fried's parents are there every day. Like, you don't want to be heckling. But I haven't gotten the impression there was like animosity per se. Although, actually, that's not quite true. Evidently, the prosecutor complained to the judge during Caroline Ellison's testimony that Sam Bankman-Fried was like scoffing and making sort of disbelieving gestures or something like that while she was testifying, which he said he didn't notice it, but basically told Bankman-Fried's defense team to be like, hey, if you're doing that, cut it out. So that's probably the extent to which there's been animosity. Has the trial been more or less interesting than you expected? More, I would say. I think, yeah, it's been very interesting. And I mean, I expected it to be interesting, but it's been really interesting. And being in the courtroom has been a lot more fun than I thought it would be. I thought it would be very dry, and I didn't expect this sort of how fun it would be just to be around the other people who were here. It's like literally, what's a good way of putting it? It's like if there was, I was going to say it's like a conference, like if there was a crypto nerd meetup or conference, but like crypto conferences are something very different. I think I mentioned this last week, but someone said it's like the crypto nerd Super Bowl, and it really is. It's like everyone who likes crypto or likes to hate crypto is here or wants to be here, and it's really fun. Yeah, exactly. Being a guest on other people's podcasts is the way to do it, because then I don't have to edit. I don't have to schedule the guests. I just show up and then I talk, and then someone else deals with it. TypeScript versus JavaScript. Have not really gotten the hang of TypeScript. I use it a little bit. Some of Web3 is going just great. Uses it, but I just honestly am way too novice on it to speak more to it, honestly. What's my D&D character like? I am not playing right now. I have no active campaigns. Woo. But most recently I played a Twilight Cleric, and it was basically like a one-shot or like a very mini campaign. That was fun. I'd never done that before. And then prior to that, in my longer campaign, I was playing a God, it's been too long. Warlock. Jesus Christ, that took me a second. What do I think will be the next crypto blow up? Whew, that's hard to say. There are just so many possibilities. I don't know what will be next. I do believe there is an indictment under seal for Binance, and it's just a question of whether or not and when they could get their hands on CZ. But honestly, some of these crypto companies are like cockroaches. They'll survive beyond any reasonable incident, like nuclear attack, like Tether, for example. And I don't know if Binance isn't something like that. Have I ever tried Dimension 20? I have. It's great. I have not watched a super huge amount of it. I'm still working on Fantasy High, but it's so fucking funny. Honestly, so The problem for me is that I like to listen to D&D. Well, I like to listen to the things more than I like to watch things because, like, I listen to things when I'm walking my dog. I listen to things when I'm falling asleep. And so if there's something that I feel like I need to watch, I, like, just don't. And I feel like I miss a lot if I listen to D20, whereas I can listen to Critical Role without watching, and I feel like I don't miss as much. Like, sometimes I'll still try to put on the stream if they've got, like, a battle where they've got a really intricate map because maps are so cool, but with D20, I feel like it's more visual, and so I feel like I have to wait until I'm ready to, like, sit down and watch something, which is just not frequent for me. No Instagram. No, so I have, like, a personal Instagram that I only use for people I, like, know in person, and unfortunately, the username is the same, and so I always get follow requests from people who, like, know me on Twitter and find me on Instagram, but, like, I keep it locked down because, you know, I like to post pictures of my dog without worrying that someone's gonna, like, zoom in on the background and geolocate me or something like that. Whoop, and the scroll. Screwed with me again. Here we go. How many pages does the average Wikipedian maintain? Honestly, I wouldn't say that that's even really the model. Because, like, I'll write a page and then not edit it forever. But then, like, sometimes I'll do anti-vandalism work, and so I'll edit 300 pages that I've never edited before, and I just, like, am helping maintain the encyclopedia as a whole. And then I have, 100 or 200 pages on my watch list that I just keep an eye on, but, like, there are periods of time like this where I haven't logged into Wikipedia for at least a week, and so I'm not, like, watching them closely. Um, so, yeah, I don't know if I'd really say that. There's some other Wikipedians in the chat who are more than happy to answer questions like that, it looks like. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, Tiffany Fong. Barbara Freed yelled at Tiffany Fong for some reason, and I talked to Tiffany about it, and, like, my best guess is that Barbara Freed confused Tiffany Fong with somebody else because she said something about, like, she was mad about an article that she said Tiffany Fong had written, but Tiffany Fong doesn't do a ton of writing. She mostly does, like, video streams, and she does some stuff that's, like, behind a paywall on Substack, but, like, I doubt Barbara is paying to read Tiffany Fong's Substack, and so, like, as best I could figure when I was talking to her about it, we were wondering if maybe she thought Tiffany was Kelsey Piper, who is the one who published the DMs. It's very weird, though. I get this sense that, like, emotionally, Joe Bankman is handling things a little better than Barbara Freed is. They're definitely handling things differently. Because Joe Bankman is, like, very affable, friendly, just chatting up people who are in the security line with him. Barbara Freed looks like it's getting to her. I mean, she looks kind of gaunt, honestly, like she's lost weight. She looks tired. She's not, she's, standing quietly in line and not trying to interact with people. Um, and then she snapped at Tiffany. So, I mean, it just seems like it's definitely getting to her. And, like, I mean, who wouldn't it be getting to, right? Molly, have you had a lot of caffeine today? No. Do I seem amped up or something? I have a soda and I had a coffee this morning, but um, has there been any overlap with any other cases going on at the courthouse? No, not really. I mean, there's Inner City Press who tries to cover. It's like he tries to cover every case at the courthouse at once. So he, like, bounces back and forth between the FTX case, and I think he's covering maybe some of the Trump stuff somehow, which is in a different courthouse, but I guess they're physically close. I don't know. I don't know how he does it. But as far as I know, there hasn't been any other really. Actually, no, that's not true. I forget who I was talking to, but someone said they saw, or at least they thought they saw Alex Mashinsky in the courtroom this morning, who is the CEO of Celsius, which is the crypto lender that blew up in June. Well, one of many, but in June of 2022. And he was indicted not super long ago, and I think his trial is scheduled for like a year from now. But maybe he had some sort of a pretrial hearing or something like that. I didn't see him, but someone I was standing next to said that they definitely felt like they definitely thought they saw him and like his lawyers. So that's kind of wild. Whoop. Scroll. Any thoughts about how Reddit tried to make crypto a thing and then just ended the project unilaterally? I think it's hilarious. I mean, in the same way that like Web3 is going great, stuff is hilarious. Um, yeah, I mean, everyone thought that like Reddit karma was going to be the big Web3 thing because duh, who doesn't want to get karma except it's money? Turns out nobody wants that because it fucking ruins things. And even some of the crypto people were like delighted when Reddit turned off the community points, which was like the crypto version of karma, because it just incentivizes like the lowest quality engagement farming you can imagine. And it's like, man, who could have predicted that? Oh, right, everyone. So, yeah, lesson learned, I think. I have not seen the Exandria Unlimited, any of them actually, but I've heard they're great. I really like Abria, I think. And I want to watch more of her stuff. So, wiki page that's like a straight up company press release. Ugh, gross. Feel free to send it to me if you want, Dan, or any of the many Wikipedians in this chat. I'm sure would be happy to go deal with that. Yeah, no, the same. You're right about Tiffany Fong, and she was in two big articles after Barbara Fried yelled at her. So I definitely don't think it was related to those two articles. If I had to choose between being stuck in an elevator for 48 hours with Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg, ooh, tough question. I mean, my first instinct is to say Mark Zuckerberg, but I'm kind of worried that like he would eat me or something like that. I don't know. He just has that like kind of, I don't know. I've got a bad vibe around Zuckerberg. Elon Musk would at least, I mean, he would annoy me to death maybe, but Mark Zuckerberg, I don't know. Something scares me about him. Plus, I could bully Elon Musk. I'm not trapped here with you. You're trapped here with me. That's the one thing I love about Elon Musk. Like, I don't feel bad about bullying him. I feel bad about bullying some people. Elon Musk, not even a little bit. Yeah, the stuff about the Reddit insider trading or whatever is definitely wild. And I put honestly, like obviously a lot of the blame for that is on the moderators, but like what did Reddit think was gonna happen when they gave the moderators advance notice by like an hour? Like, yeah, they're gonna go sell their tokens immediately. Like, come on. Duh. So I put some of that on Reddit. They handled that poorly. The whole thing about like Reddit rug pulled, like we're gonna sue Reddit for turning off these tokens or whatever is so dumb. Like it's so dumb. First of all, I mean, and I haven't confirmed this, but I'm pretty sure they probably have a terms of service document somewhere that's like, we make no promises that these will continue to be used doing whatever, for whatever, because they have lawyers and that's what lawyers do. And so I think it's probably dumb that they would do that. And I mean, yeah, like, why did people put real money into that? I don't want to like blame the victims on this. Like, you should have known better. You shouldn't have put real money into it, especially because like Reddit has brand recognition. You would expect that Reddit wouldn't just like run off with your money. But like, they were pretty clear, I think, about these things, that it was like an experimental feature. Like, they weren't sure if they were going to go through with it. And so, like, Jesus, guys, maybe don't put thousands of dollars into this shit. I don't know. It's just dumb all around. Given the political leaning of the D20 crew, a one shot. The crypto nerd one shot with the D20. What a weird overlap. That'd be funny though. Whose trial coverage have I been enjoying? Oh boy, I can answer that question because there are some great journalists covering this. I've been loving Nick Day and really the whole CoinDesk team. They have like probably 5 people on here on any given day, all of whom are wonderful. But Nick Day in particular, I think, is just killing it. Liz Lopato, I think I'm pronouncing that right, at The Verge has been doing some really good coverage. She's not, I don't think she's publishing daily, but it's close to daily and it's longer form. And she often has a different angle on it than other people. She doesn't, I do a lot of like just describing what happened, and she goes a little bit more into like analysis. Plus I think she covered the Elizabeth Holmes trial and like some other big trials. So she has like experience with trial coverage that I think a lot of us don't. I know, like, I am far from the first person where this is like my first time in the courtroom. There are a lot of people who've never really covered a trial before. So those 2 are really good. Those are probably my top 2. But honestly, it's really fun to like, if there's something that you know a lot about and that especially now that I'm like experiencing it in person to some extent, then going and reading like 8 different takes on it, some of which are from like mainstream, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, AP, Reuters, and then going and reading like crypto news, CoinDesk, Decrypt, The Block, all those guys are here. And then there's like the independent folks, Tiffany Fong and to some extent, what's the name of that? It's associated with Bankless. It's a podcast associated with Bankless, and I'm forgetting the fucking name of it. Well, this is just going to drive me crazy. I can't find it. Anyway, if someone can think of it, put it in the chat. So anyway, it's been really fun just to sort of see all the different takes on it, and like everyone has a very different way of thinking about it, and like different things stand out to different people. And then of course there's like the people who are in the courtroom versus the people who aren't. And it's just, I've had a lot of fun just like reading all the different stuff. I don't have as much time for it when I'm here in person, but when I'm reporting on it from at home, I like to just catch up on whatever. Like, I'll write my thing and then I'll spend 2 hours and just go read everything else I can find. I try to write first and then do that because I don't want to like accidentally crib someone's ideas. But although I will occasionally, like, if there's someone who was in the courtroom, I'll try to add that kind of context just because I think it's useful. But I always cite them and stuff. Would I consider the failure of Libra to be a failure of Web3? I mean, the timeline's off a little bit. Like, I feel like Web3 wasn't really a thing when Libra was happening, but I also, the distinction between like Web3 and crypto and blockchain is extremely fuzzy. So yes, I guess. Zuckerberg would probably enter power save mode. Yeah, probably. Or I could just like find his, standby button. If I tried to talk to Musk about Wikipedia, I think only one of us would probably come out of that elevator alive. Can you be charged with insider trading of something that's a fraudulent security in the first place? Um, kind of, I think. If something's a security, then the SEC can come after you for fraud or for all kinds of things. Um, Also, there have been several cases, including the OpenSea executive who was trading on insider knowledge of NFTs that were going to be listed on like the front page. They were going to be like featured on the front page, and he basically was aware of that and was like insider trading based on that knowledge, where they didn't even bother making the securities argument at all. They just came after him for fraud, I think, or like something like that, wire fraud. I forget what wire fraud or money laundering or both maybe. Where like you're still doing something illicit even if they're not going into the securities side of things, and they just sort of like they just like sidestepped arguing that NFTs are securities and went at it from a different angle. Are there any interesting court cases in the Massachusetts federal court in the near future? I have no idea. I don't really follow that type of thing. Overpriced JPEGs, Carly Riley. Thank you. I knew someone would have it. That was sorry, for context for people who are not super behind. That's the person who does the podcast that's associated with Bankless, who's like more, she's more of like a crypto person, I guess. But she's here and covering the trial and all that. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with sentencing. It's going to be really difficult, I think, if there's like a conviction and then we have to wait months and months and months for sentencing. Like, just get it over with. But I think that it is often the case that sentencing takes a really long time. So I don't know. We'll see. Do mainstream media folks like AP, Reuters, New York Times have courtroom seats, or is it luck of the draw for them too? It's luck of the draw. So goodness. So there are courts that have like press passes, and you submit credentials ahead of time, and then you get a press seat. And I guess they just don't do that here, which I kind of get. It just seems like the volume would be insane to try to deal with that many requests for like the Manhattan courthouse. And then you have to like sort through like which outlet is a real outlet, and obviously for like New York Times or Reuters or whatever, like no problem, but then you get all these sort of middling outlets where it's like, I don't know if that's reliable. And then there's the independent folks. You don't want to necessarily exclude them from the courtroom, but like, do you want to have to make them prove that they have some degree of legitimacy, like what I count, versus like the crypto streamer who doesn't even want to give his real first name, who like is still doing interesting stuff, versus like the absolute, weirdo who probably shouldn't be let in. So I think in some ways it's actually fairer that they do first come, first serve. Although I think I've mentioned this maybe before, but there is also this sort of other route that where people who routinely cover this courtroom get sort of separate access. And that's actually how Inner City Press does it, I believe, because they have access to devices and stuff like that. Like he has his phone or laptop or whatever he's using. And so like they do get some preference. So it's not like, I think that would suck if you're someone who covers this courtroom to have to show up early and like go through this whole thing and do this whole rigmarole for any case that's like substantial. So I think it's a kind of a good balance the way that they've got it, but I think there's arguments either way, honestly. was library in Massachusetts. Okay, so I did actually follow the library case. I don't remember which court that was in, actually. Funny story, I actually wrote the Wikipedia article about library way before I got into crypto stuff, because I wrote a bunch of Wikipedia articles about random sort of like right-wingy alternative social media networks. So like I did a lot of the article on Gab, I did a lot of the article on Parler. And then I wrote about like mines, and library came up as one of them. And so I did that forever ago, and then got into this like crypto writing stuff. And I was like, wait, library, I remember them. And so I sort of followed the case with some interest. Plus, I just think the overlap between like the crypto folks and the libertarians and the kind of weirdo social network guys is kind of fascinating. That's just like a weird intersection of my interests. So yeah, I have followed the library case somewhat closely. Not as closely as this trial, obviously, but that's been an interesting one. New Hampshire, right? They're based in New Hampshire. Yeah, because they're all free state guys. No chance SBF gets bail while awaiting sentencing. I doubt it. I don't see how that would happen. Like I mean, looking at that kind of a sentence, he would just run, I feel like. And he's already fucked around so much while he was on bond. Like, they're not going to just let him do that again. Yeah, I think there's no way. What is he likely to get? 10 years like Liz Holmes or life like Madoff? Probably somewhere in between the two. And this is a totally uneducated guess. I mean, I have no basis for making this guess. I think that people do that thing where they just add up the total number of years, and they're like, he could get 100 years in prison. And I don't think that's likely. That seems unlikely. But I would be surprised if it was as low as 10. I mean, I think he's going to spend a substantial portion of the rest of his life in prison, honestly. I'm honestly the bigger question for me, or not the bigger question. One of the things I'm curious about and have very little impression of is how long the folks who've pled out are likely to do, especially the difference between those who've cooperated and those who won't or who haven't. So like Gary Wong, Nishad Singh, Caroline Ellison all pleaded guilty to various numbers of charges. I think Ellison was 7, Nishad was 6, Wong was 3 or 4, something like that. And then there's Ryan Salem, who pleaded guilty to 2 charges, but did not cooperate. And so I'm like really curious what sentencing will look like for them. Both Gary and Caroline, Nishad, I forget which. 2 of the 3 basically said outright that they hope they get no prison time. But I have no idea if that's realistic or not. They'll certainly get a lesser sentence, I think, than Bankman-Fried, but will they get 0? I don't know. Single digits for the cooperators. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. I wonder what they'll do afterwards, Where do you go from there if you're Caroline Ellison or Gary Wong? Would it have been better for him to admit some guilt right away? Yeah, pretty much. I think you basically never get off better if you go to trial. Honestly, it's like the sad reality of it. But like, I mean, I guess there's the chance of acquittal, obviously. But like, if you did it, boy, you tend to get a much longer if you go to trial than if you plead out. Yeah, I remember the quote about your client could be looking at a very long sentence. I wonder what very long is for Kaplan, but yeah. Best is to not commit crimes. That is good advice, just in general. All right, I have made it to the end of the chat, and it's also 11, and oh my god, it's been almost 5 hours that I've been talking. Holy shit. It's amazing that any of you have hung out this long. This has been super fun. I've really enjoyed it. I need to go to bed. So really looking forward to catching you guys up tomorrow. I am, like I mentioned, I am going to be traveling immediately after getting out of court tomorrow. So I am going to stream about what happens tomorrow, but it will either be pretty late tomorrow night or it will be sometime on Wednesday during the day. So we'll see how much energy I have when I get home. But either way, I will update you. And then, of course, I will also write catch up newsletter posts for those of you who don't, for some reason, want to hang out for 5 hours and listen to me ramble. So yeah, thanks again for hanging out. This was super fun. Bye.